Why, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening. It's another day, time to talk about another storm. It is Friday, the 24th of April, 2026. Getting started late here today in the state of Texas as we now have our first storms beginning to approach the Red River and northeast Texas moving in out of Oklahoma. Let's first off say we're not doing the whole spinny doom thing right now, so don't, get all worried about that this instant. We don't have any tornado warnings with these storms moving in from the Red River in southwestern Oklahoma. We do, however, definitely have the potential for some hail. It is hail season, it's late April, and you know what that means. These things are dropping golf ball to tennis ball size hail. So we'll take a look at that in just a minute. Let's take a look at this cool view coming off the iPad here, and you can see we've got some pretty cool looking satellite imagery. This is showing that we do have pretty good complex of storms moving in from Oklahoma. You can see the cloud tops with those very tall and pink, bubbling up quite a bit. You can see we also have had at times a little bit of a towering line of cumulus down here. But those have not been able to do anything. The cap has remained intact, and that's suppressing thunderstorm development across portions of eastern North Texas. But still, if you step outside in places like Waxahachie, Ennis, down to Hillsboro, you probably have some of those bubbles. And we do see some of that activity is bubbling up activity as well. Now, those of you who are keen weather weenies here probably noticed this outflow boundary moving southwest out of Arkansas and northeast Texas. This is an outflow boundary. That's kind of what these storms from Oklahoma are tracking southeast down. It's kind of a temperature gradient from a complex of storms that moves southeast from Oklahoma through Arkansas and Mississippi this morning. That outflow boundary is kind of like a road that these storms, or I guess the better metaphor since I'm always talking about it, is a track that these storms are riding down. So these storms out of eastern Oklahoma are going to keep on moving their happy selves down southeast, which means we are going to have to deal with them out here in northeast Texas before too much longer. So what we're going to do, let's get some cameras on here. Camera's off to my right. Top camera, that's going to be Paris, Texas. Second camera, that is Sherman, giving us a view of the stormies. And then bottom camera, that is Texarkana, there on Interstate 30. And all these cameras should give us a bit of a view here over the next few hours, even after dark. At least we'll get a bit of a lightning show out of it. So let's set this up. And again, we have no warnings yet in the state of Texas. We're still waiting on storms to move southeast out of Oklahoma. But you can see pretty well here that we do have some of those clouds, some of those upper level anvil debris clouds with mammatus on the bottom side that look like fluffy cotton pillows. Now making their way into parts of Fannin County, Lamar County, Red River County, and Bowie County. So let's go ahead and start off with what we are looking at tonight. We'll start with the latest severe weather outlook, and this is from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll get an update here in about an hour, but you can see our main corridor of spaghetti-o, someone might get hailed on tonight, is going to be the Ark-La-Tex in northeast Texas, mainly with the ongoing thunderstorms we have moving southeast out of Oklahoma. We'll talk about the timing of those storms here in a bit, but let's go ahead and take our first detailed look at what this thunderstorm activity is going to be doing tonight. So we're going to be here until these storms either dissipate or move out of Texas. So make sure you hit that like button and help us out. That just helps us out in the algorithm land. So let us begin. I'm going to make sure we have our hail markers on here. And let me turn a loop on. And we'll talk about what is going on. You can see these storms right along Highway 70, want to make sure I get it right, east of Durant to Boswell, Oklahoma, west of Hugo, and then we have a few storms well north of Broken Bow on 259 up here in southeastern Arkansas, Oklahoma, and these storms are generally moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Now, the most intense of these storms is currently capable of producing golf ball to about Easter egg size hail, about 2 inches in diameter, just under the size of a tennis ball. As this activity continues moving southeast over the next several hours, we're probably going to see the potential for this, well, thunderstorm complex to bring severe weather, including the threat of very large hail, maybe damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour to places like Paris, Clarksville, Texarkana, and eventually it may extend farther south towards Interstate 30, places like Mount Pleasant. But for now, we're just going to have to wait and see. We do note, looking at radar imagery, we do not have any thunderstorms that have developed along the dry line in North Texas, so it has remained calm, humid, quiet across DFW and eastern North Texas. If we were to have storms pop up, they would likely do so east of this green line on radar. That's a boundary, but as of now, they have not. I can't completely rule out a storm or two trying to go up, and if it does, it is going to go up in a hurry and add to the threat of some severe weather and hail. But for now, our only storms we have to deal with are going to be these storms up here near Durant, Oklahoma, up Highway 75-69 to Atoka, Oklahoma, and then east along Highway 70 towards Hugo. And all this activity is going to keep moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So again, our main issue is going to be hail and damaging winds. These are definitely big, bad, very mad hailers. In fact, you could probably see these storms all the way from DF and W. They've got very tall thunderstorm tops. In fact, let's see. These storms are over 55 to 60,000 feet tall. So yeah, you can easily see them in DFW off to the north. And after sunset, you'll probably be able to see quite a bit of a lightning show. All right, so let us keep on looking. Let's go ahead, and now we're going to take a look at the latest weather model guidance for the short term. I just want to see if we're going to actually see any new storms fire up, or at least give you all a timeline over Mama Nature's temper tantrum. So to do that, we're going to go out to this view here. We're going to press some buttons. And I'm just going to load the radar data. I'm not going to load the cloud cover, whatnot. And again, this is a weather model. Doesn't mean it's right. Probably not. You can see, for example, at 8 p.m., this weather model thinks there's going to be a supercell with hail in Travis County and Austin. Unless something very drastic changes, that is not going to happen. So, in all likelihood, what we're going to be dealing with is this cluster of storms moving southeast tonight across northeast Texas and east Texas. Do note, this guidance says this line is going to remain strong to severe through Interstate 20 at like midnight. So that means large hail, damaging straight line winds. We can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado, but the tornado risk seems to be quite low at the moment. That doesn't mean we're not going to have any issues with a tornado or two, but by far I think these are going to be a lot of wind, straight line winds, winds being pushed out from the thunderstorms, and the potential for large to very large hail, in addition to copious amounts of dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning. Broken bow, yeah, you're probably going to have an issue with severe storms. So, let's go back to the current radar. It's something we're going to have to watch for as these storms start to approach the Red River and move south into Texas, is we're likely going to have to see if we have any little storms fire up by themselves. For example, this one little storm northeast of Monkstown, northwest of Sumner, out here west of Arthur City. See kind of how it's fired up all by its lonesome up here? Those are the ones you have to watch for a wee bit of low-level rotation. And I say low-level rotation, but the honest truth is, this is one of our biggest radar holes in the state of Texas. We are looking 104 nautical miles away from the radar in Fort Worth at an altitude of 13,300 feet above ground level. Guess what? That's not the low levels of the storm. We've missed tornadoes up here that the radar hasn't seen because, guess what? Tornadoes are low levels. And if we're looking above it, well, we're not going to see it. Now, we can look from a different radar, the Shreveport, Louisiana radar, and again, that's even worse. You're looking at 17,000 feet. So this is where storm spotters, storm chasers, and those on the ground help give a good vantage point of what's going on. And otherwise, I mean, back to the satellite view, because honestly, I really like looking at this satellite. You can see that these storms are big, bad, very mad, and they're bubbling up. And all the anvil debris at this point, check out how the upper level winds are blowing it east-northeast. You can see some thunderstorms actually trying to fire up near Mount Scott, northwest of Lawton, Oklahoma. We'll keep an eye out for that just in case we do have some storms firing up a little farther to the west. But at this point, our biggest issue is going to be from this complex of storms moving off to the southeast, and they may build a bit farther west over the next few hours, and that's how places like Tyler may end up having to deal with it. But for now, the good news is we remain in a wait-and-see mode, though I do expect we are going to have severe weather warnings issued for portions of the northeast Texas Red River counties, like eventually probably Lamar, Red River, Bowie, and places up here by 8 p.m. as these thunderstorms from east of Durant to west of Hugo, Oklahoma on Highway 70 continue to push off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. And again, these are going to have the potential for ping pong ball to tennis ball size hail, localized damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, some very heavy rain, and dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning. The tornado risk is low, but it is not zero. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on this activity as it moves southeast. But at this point, we have no issues in DFW. We have no issues for 85 to 90% of Texas. We're just going to be dealing with issues in northeast Texas going into the next several hours and evening. But those of you in North Texas, probably even parts of Central Texas and East Texas, are going to end up getting one heck of a lightning show looking off in the distance as this thunderstorm activity moves on in. So, you know, at this point, we're just keeping an eye on things. We're kind of still in that wait-and-see mode. So, how are y'all doing tonight? How is life? Where are y'all watching from? Can you see these storms yet? Get tired of the humidity? I am. Awesome, awesome. So glad everyone's tuning in. And, you know, I know we have a lot of folks that are nervous about storms, and I know probably nearly all of you saw what happened in Enid, Oklahoma last night. Let me tell you, this is nothing like that. The Enid, Oklahoma supercell, in fact, I might be able to just pull it up on my radar here. Give me a second as I try to do that. That storm was in a very different type of environment that had a extreme amount of low-level wind shear and instability. It was really, it hit all the ingredients at the perfect time, and that's why we were able to deal with such a violent tornado. That, I don't think, is going to be the case tonight. At least it's not right now. In fact, I'll go ahead and show you. We'll go back to the iPad. Now, this was last night. I want to make that perfectly clear. This was last night. This is not right now. This is that storm near Enid and Vance Air Force Base right as it began producing that tornado. Now, compared to the storms we're dealing with, notice how this one, all out by itself, no interference from other storms, and it had a very well-defined couplet. Guess what? We're not dealing with that this evening here, at least right now. You can see we've got a big old cluster, a line. So, again, there's still weather hazards with this, but I don't want you to think we're dealing with the caliber of tornado issues that Oklahoma saw yesterday. Now, is our risk zero? No. But y'all are already in better shape than most folks because, well, you're paying attention. You know, it's probably a good idea to get your car into shelter if you're in Paris to Clarksville over the next hour and a half. And you also know lightning is frightening. So, what happens when thunder roars? You're going to take your keister indoors. And you can see these storms are moving off to the southeast. And at some point this evening, I think these are probably going to congeal into a pretty good cluster of storms. And depending on how far west they build, they may start to turn a little more south. Now, a good question we had was, what is this line? Near Vivian, Louisiana to Atlanta, Texas, right here. That is an outflow boundary. That's essentially a leading edge of some rain-cooled air. You can't see it here, but we've actually had a cluster of thunderstorms move into Mississippi. This cluster originated in Oklahoma this morning, moved across Arkansas, and now into Mississippi. In fact, it's making a run at Alabama. Those storms left a rain-cooled boundary of air, and that boundary is moving west. That's kind of the difference between a very warm, unstable air mass and a not so warm, unstable air mass, at the surface at least. Temperatures are mostly in the 60s to the east of that boundary, so as that moves west, some of these storms may try to interact with that or start moving a little farther south along that boundary. But hey, if you're east of that boundary, it's going to be a pretty nice evening in terms of temperatures. They'll probably cool off into the 60s. So we'll be watching things, and again, we have no warnings in Texas yet. I say yet because I do think we are going to get them. Severe thunderstorm warnings, at least, and those will have the potential of producing large hail, damaging winds, cloud-to-ground lightning, etc. And we'll go ahead and put the high-res rapid refresh model back on. In fact, here, I'm going to do it on this so I don't have to keep reloading stuff. We'll do this. So for everyone asking about timing and whatnot, what we're going to do, let's go back to this. This is the high-res rapid refresh model. Just one model. Middleton Guitars,
the National Weather
aboard.
Service
Thanks for becoming
has issued a new severe thunderstorm
storm chaser
for
Lamar County in Texas.
And we are going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning. And that's going to be for Lamar County, north of Paris. So we'll take a look in a minute, but here's the high-res rapid refresh model. And for folks saying I'm not monitoring chat, answering questions, I'm looking right at chats right now. I've got, 12 monitors around me, so I'm looking. That's why I'm answering them. And then it's worth noting this model, y'all can see, the storms it tries to have back on I-35. Not happening unless something changes. The cap is held, and this model is wrong with that. So again, models are wrong more often than not. Now, in this case tonight, you can see that it does try to move storms south, southeast. Plenty in Arkansas, plenty in Louisiana, and it does hit places like Tyler, Longview, Shreveport around midnight to 1 a.m. Not sure it would take that long tonight, but it's possible some of those storms are going to move farther west, in which case Tyler would end up having issues in a few hours with maybe some hail, some strong winds, heavy rain, etc. The reason Collin, Grayson, and Cook counties, so, this area right here, was put under a tornado watch earlier today was there was concerns the cap was going to break on the dry line. And I'll pop satellite back up and show you what we're talking about here. And you can see we do have some bubbles. Bubbles there, a few bubbles there, etc. And there was some concern or question that if things got warm enough, the cap would break and we'd see angry thunderstorm development. That did not happen. The cap was strong. So, really, unless something changes, I don't think DFW is getting storms tonight. In the sense of Dallas, Fort Worth, probably not even, McKinney or Denton, unless something changes and we see storms up on the Red River Fire farther west. So, the tornado risk tonight, I'll show you this. It's going to be low. So this is your tornado risk going into the evening hours, and I think it's very low to low. We'll get an update from the Storm Prediction Center here at 8 p.m. Central in about 40 minutes, and we'll see what they do with that, but by far the risk tonight is going to be hail. We definitely have a hail risk. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for northern Lamar County in northeast Texas along the Red River. This is going to include places like Powderly. Back west, this is going to include Sumner, Arthur City. And this is going to be for the potential of a severe thunderstorm capable of producing Easter egg-sized hail, or hen eggs. That's 2 inches in diameter. That's larger than a golf ball, smaller than a tennis ball, along with localized damaging wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. At 7:18 p.m., severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Soper to 8 miles northwest of Sumner, moving east at 35 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is capable of producing hail up to 2 inches in diameter, along with localized damaging wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. This is going to be near Camp Maxey and Pat Mays Lake around 7:25. Paris, at least the north sides of town, Powderly, and Arthur City around 7:35 p.m. Other locations in this severe thunderstorm warning include East Direct, Globe, Sun Valley, Novice, Forest Chapel, Belk, Garrett's Bluff, and Direct. So, heads up, y'all are under a severe stormy warning for the potential of very large hail, larger than the size of a golf ball, and localized damaging wind gusts of 60 plus miles per hour. Now, I'll tell you, we are watching multiple tech stock cameras here. Dyslexic Dave. This one is Texarkana. This one is Sherman. That one, at the top, is Paris. And we'll take a look at that real quick. And you're not seeing too much from this camera right now. This is going to be Paris, Texas. That's going to be Sherman looking off to the north. You can see some thunderstorm activity. And then taking a look from Texarkana, you can see some thunderstorms off in the distance. So we'll be keeping an eye on those cameras tonight. But for the most part, we're going to be dealing with an after dark event. And for most folks out here in parts of northeast Texas tonight, we're going to be looking for hail reports. So help us out. If under the unfortunate circumstance, Mama Nature decides to have a temper tantrum over your location tonight, let us know what ends up happening once it's safe to do so. I don't want you going outside in the middle of a hailstorm and getting knocked on the head by tennis ball size hail. That's not going to help anyone. And you're also not going to remember to help us by sending in the report of how big the hail got. Doesn't really help if the hail knocks you out, gives you a concussion and a big old band-aid on the head, because we're not going to know about that till after the fact. So help us out. If you end up with wind damage, hail, let us know after it's stopped happening. And, you know, once it's safe, let us know in the YouTube chats. You can also send us your photos and videos if you want. Hit us up on X, Threads. We're on the Facebag. We have a whole community group on the Facebook. And, of course, you know, hit us up here. Oh, let's see. It's time to say thank you, RS Charade 3. Thank you very much for that super chat. Appreciate it. And our plan is to be live this whole evening. As long as we've got rowdy storms in Texas, we're going to be here. Reason we weren't live earlier today was we didn't have any storms. Now, I will say this. I am getting a little concerned about this storm northwest of Paris. Now, an issue we have here is we do not have a radar nearby. The closest radar is 100 miles away in Fort Worth. And so we only can see in the mid-levels. But I'm getting a little concerned that we have an intensifying mid-level mesocyclone here. And this is one of these tail-end Charlie storms that formed out ahead of the squall line. So, you know, we're going to watch this for signs of rotation, west of Powderly, northwest of Paris. I'm going to look on my end real quick and see if I can't pull up a radar. Yeah, this is right on that boundary. So we're going to watch this carefully. We have access to a private radar in Durant. Yeah, I'll tell you, we're going to watch this storm northwest of Paris. I might be trying to do some fun of business here. Remember when I said, you know, as long as the storms are kind of not all by themselves? Well, this one near Paris, northwest of town, west of Powderly, notice how it kind of fired up, developed. Hey, radar, can we be nice and load? It developed ahead of these storms in Oklahoma, kind of by itself. It's farther south, right? And then looking at the velocity, you can see there is a bit of mid-level rotation. I'm saying mid-level because, again, we're not looking at the low levels of the storm. It's a real disadvantage. We're looking at 14,000 feet. So I can't tell you what's going on down near the surface, to be honest with you. I don't know if we got a wall cloud, we have rotation, whatnot. So it's happened up there before where we've had issues. We'll try from the Shreveport radar, but again, hail is going to be the main threat with this, but there is a pocket of mid-level rotation with the storm northwest of Paris we're going to watch for. Ingredients are not overly favorable for tornadoes in Texas tonight. We don't have a lot of super strong low-level wind shear, certainly nothing close to what happened in Oklahoma yesterday. But we have maybe just enough for a little bit of mischief. But again, this storm is capable of producing tennis ball size hail now. The Weather Service saying tennis ball size hail possible with this now. So that's going to be 2.5 inches in diameter. This is a very intense severe thunderstorm capable of producing tennis ball size hail. You can see that hail core west of Powderly on 197. It's going to be on 197 near 1499. That's just nasty, nasty, nasty hail. Again, tennis ball size hail. And this storm may end up turning southeast. And if that happens, those of you in Paris are going to have a problem with this. So Sumner to Powderly, even Archer City, it's kind of just in your neighborhood right now. Big, bad, very mad. If it starts moving more southeast, we are going to have an issue here with the potential of very large hail. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on things here, and that's what we're going to do. And again, this is the only storm we have in Texas right now. We'll have more as this cluster starts moving south. This evening. Doing a little homework real quick. That'll help y'all out in the chat. Nice timing. But again, those of you northwest of Paris, up here in Lamar County, this is going to be a nasty-looking severe storm near Sumner, west of Powderly. And again, this thing could easily have tennis ball-size hail with it. It is mad. And it's going to be moving southeast. If it keeps moving southeast, it may end up being closer to Paris. So Powderly, Arthur City, up 271, even north sides of City of Paris. This storm you're looking at, tennis ball-size hail. This is going to be near the east side of Pat Mays Lake, moving towards Powderly, Sumner, and eventually, if it moves more southeast, it's going to be moving towards Paris. What? Where? Huh. That might be bats. I don't know. So again, we have a pretty nasty storm up here, west of Powderly, Pat Mays Lake, northwest of Paris. It's going to be moving off to the southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour, with the potential of tennis ball-size hail and damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. That's just nasty sauce. So, as that continues, again, those would not recommend going up north of going north of Paris on 271, unless you want to get your vehicle destroyed by hail. It's just not a great situation. So, again, definitely not something you want to be near exterior windows for. You want to be away from windows. All right. And again, we're going to be watching for storms to move south across northeast Texas over the next several hours, and it's certainly possible these storms may make a run. If they do start moving more south, they could end up in places like Mount Pleasant, Longview, and Tyler, hanging over the next several hours. So you have nothing going on right now, but keep an eye to the north. But for now, we're going to be watching with great interest this storm that's going to be out near Pat Mays Lake, west of the community of Powderly, northwest of Paris, as that storm moves southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So that means those of you in Paris, I mean, you can kind of see how it's trying to, you saw it develop there on that southern flank, how it ended up developing south of the river, and then now, you know, it's trying to turn more southeast, and if that happens, we're going to have an issue. There's nothing going on in Abilene, nothing going on anywhere else in the state of Texas right now. This is the only storm we have for now. But if you wanted to know what's going on in your neck of the woods, you can check out the free Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can watch this coverage on our website and app as well. Just click articles. It should be the first link there. I'll check on that in a second. But if we're not talking about you, that's a good thing, usually. So let us know where y'all are watching from this evening. And again, we have no tornado warnings. We're just dealing with some severe storms. And with that, it's hail time. Welcome to late April in Texas. Let's make sure this has ingested over on the website. So yeah, Pat Mays Lake, Sumner, Powderly, you've got hail in your neck of the woods. This storm's moving southeast.
The National Weather Service,
and we do have that new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll see
for
Sevier
what
County
that's
in
for.
Arkansas.
Blossom, you've got some time, but this storm's going to be heading your way.
Red River County in Texas.
I'm looking to see where they just put that severe thunderstorm warning for. Red River County. I'm not seeing it on my map yet, but we'll see if it pops up here. There it is. So that's going to be for this complex of storms. So eventually, yes, we're going to have storms in Red River County from Detroit up to
the National
Woodland,
Weather
Bagwell
Service has issued a new
Albion,
severe thunderstorm warning for
Lamar County in Texas.
You can see we do have that new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Lamar County. And that's actually going to be a southward extension that will include the city of Paris. So, heads up, that's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, like I said, this thing was trying to start moving a little more southerly here. So those of you in Toco, Brookston, Paris, Reno, Sun Valley, Blossom, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Not a tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of tennis ball size hail and localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. And yes, the hail may be bigger than that. We're also keeping an eye out to make sure we don't have any sort of issues in the spinny doom department. But as of right now, we do not. And again, one very substantial disadvantage we're working with here is the closest radar is about 115 miles away, and we're looking at 14,000 feet. So we're not looking at the low levels of the storm. So that is a substantial disadvantage. And we're going to be watching for things very carefully here. And y'all can help us out too. After the fact, if you have the unfortunate issue of getting storms in your neck of the woods, let us know if you end up with hail or damaging winds. Or wind damage, I should say. But only do that after the hail has stopped falling and the severe weather is gone. But yes, welcome to late April, where we have enough juice in the atmosphere, instability, that, yes, storms can erupt very quickly and go severe. As many of you know and have stepped outside, it is humid. So we're going to have to watch for this carefully. And again, this is the only storm in Texas right now. We don't have any other storms from Oklahoma trying to invade. And for now, we don't have a big cluster invading. We just have some pretty decent hail with this storm northwest of the city of Paris, now moving southeast towards the city of Paris. So heads up to y'all in Paris. Heads up to everyone around Toco, Reno, Sun Valley, Blossom. This storm is heading your way. It could have tennis ball size hail and the potential of localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Another way to look at it here with a few more towns, you can see that we do have, again, Pat Mays Lake, and then this storm is just building more south, right in an outflow boundary as it moves southeast. So we'll have to watch it carefully. We'll pull up the echo tops. You can see this thing is very tall. This thunderstorm is 58,000 feet tall. It's a tall boy. The hail department, again, you can see a pretty good hail core up here northwest of the city of Paris. We'll take a look at the velocity, and again, we're looking in the mid-levels here, so I want to be very mindful of that. Pretty strong mid-level mesocyclone. If this was in the low levels and we saw this kind of a signature on radar, I'd be very concerned. But again, 15,000 feet, that's a little more normal, but we are definitely going to keep a very close eye on things as this activity continues to move to the southeast. Now, since we've had some folks join recently, let's go ahead and take a look at what else is going on across Texas. While we can. And again, guess what? Not a thing. The remainder of Texas right now, unless you're near Paris, Texas, and northeast Texas, is quiet, it is calm, and should stay mostly that way overnight, except parts of northeast Texas, including those of you down to Tyler, Longview, Marshall. We're going to have to see if we're going to have any storms build farther west and south over the next few hours. Paris, Texas is going to have hail. Most likely, along with damaging winds. So heads up to everyone there. And again, if you want to know what else is going on in your part of the woods, free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app works nationwide. Just search Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. You can get your localized weather, radar, and more. So what we're going to do is keep an eye on this. Let's pop on to the Super Duper High-Res Rapid Refresh model. And I'm going to watch things carefully. So let's zoom out. Let's clear everything off the map. Let me stop getting ADHD'd, and we'll show you what the HER model shows. Now, this is just one model set. And again, it may be completely wrong. So keep that in mind. The real question is, how far west are these storms going to develop? But you can definitely see the potential exists here for me not to have the city labels on. So most of y'all probably have no idea where you are on this map. Let's try that again. There you go. As we take a look at this activity will be moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So if storms keep building west, guess what? They may try to build farther south, and that's why we're still watching places like Sulphur Springs to Texarkana, Mineola to Tyler to Longview. If, we get in a few hours and nothing's formed, guess what? You should be good to go. So as we continue to deal with thunderstorm mischief, we will most definitely be keeping an eye on things. No tornado warnings in Texas at the moment, which is always a blessing. I hope y'all are having a good evening. Thanks for popping on in and joining us here at the Texas Storm Chasers and Texas Weather Roundup. I'm the one, the only Bully-in-Chief, David Reimer, and we do have the potential for nasty hail up in Lamar County. If those of you in Paris are looking for a place to shelter because of the hail, you've got restaurants, gas stations, etc. Otherwise, I'd encourage everyone to stay away from windows. And we thank everyone who's popped in so far. Hope y'all are having a good evening. If you can help us out, hit that like button on the video. I'm not going to blast it and, mention it frequently, but it really does help spread the word on YouTube. And yes, as you can see, I am changing that stinking setting over here that makes life difficult. YouTube changes that ad setting automatically, so it's not intentional to have mid-roll ads, but that should be done now. All right, let's see if we have any new discussions from the Storm Prediction Center. And again, here's the latest radar. Let me play that for y'all so you at least have that. Again, this is the only storm we have right now. And you can see it has turned southeast. It was moving, once it developed, like it's 7, really. You could see it was moving more northeast, then turned east. Now it's right over the lake, southeast, right towards the city of Paris. So, what we're going to be dealing with the potential of very large hail up to the size of tennis balls, damaging winds over 60 miles an hour within the next probably 15 minutes in the city of Paris. Checking on some data here. So again, Paris, it's probably about to get pretty rowdy. Quite a bit of hail will be moving in with this storm. You can see it's moving southeast. We don't have an issue with a tornado right now. But big hail, strong winds, heavy rain. That camera on the very top of this screen, above my big, beautiful, bald head, not this one, but that one, that is in Paris. So we're probably going to find out pretty quick here, once this storm moves into Paris, just how big the hail is. And if y'all want to let us know, let us know. Tag us on X with pictures, whatever, but only do it after the hail stops. Do not go play with the hail while the hail is falling. And this camera is up on 271, 195 east of, on the northeast side of the city. So we'll be waiting for that, but you can see we've got raindrops. You can see the roads are wet. Don't see any hail yet. Saw someone in the left lane there going way too fast. But again, this is the only storm we have so far, and if we're lucky, maybe it'll be the only one we have to deal with. Though we do note back west, a severe thunderstorm warning's been issued for a storm near Lawton and Geronimo, Oklahoma. This storm is way back on Interstate 44. That'll be moving southeast, too. We'll keep an eye on that. But for now, we're just going to have to wait and see. But again, Paris, you are almost out of time. You've got a hailstorm moving into town over the next few minutes. The potential of tennis ball size hail. and localized damaging winds of 60 miles an hour. We're going to be watching the camera to the top right of me carefully. That's in northeast sides of Paris. We'll see if we end up dealing with any hail there. You can see you're starting to get a little bit of wind. Camera's shaking a bit. But y'all in Paris, stay safe and stay away from windows. And if you got a garage, you better hurry and get that car in the garage. Now, because we're looking so far from the radar site, again, we're looking at 14,000 feet. It's possible the storm's maybe a few miles farther south at the surface. Maybe the worst of the hail will stay north of town. We'll see, but it's going to be close. This is a big, bad, very mad supercell thunderstorm with a lot of energy with it. And we're going to be watching it carefully. No issues with tornadoes right now. We do have a plethora of cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, strong winds, etc. Jeff Alexander, 1416, welcome to the community and thanks for joining. I think I can do that. So, yeah, let's just try this. That can go sit up there. I can sit up there. We'll move this over here. Yippity-ki-yay. So, again, we have no issues in DFW. Unless something changes and this storm near Lawn somehow magically makes it to DFW, we're not going to have issues in DFW tonight. But hey, you know what the nice thing about this time of year is? You're going to know pretty quick because if you suddenly have a thunderstorm just northwest of you in DFW, or in DFW, it's going to be 60,000 feet tall and shooting out enough lightning to power half the city for a year if we collected lightning energy. But, so in that case, you'll see it visually before I can show it to you on radar probably because it'll go off like a nuke. All right, so again, those of you in Lamar County out here from Sumner to Powderly, big, bad, very mad hail out to the east side of Pat Mays Lake. This storm is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour, the potential for tennis ball size hail. Localized damaging winds of 60 miles an hour. Definitely big enough hail to cause some issues for sure. Now, the storm is going to cycle. Hail may be a little smaller at times. Hail may be a bit bigger at times. For a little better view of the roads here, maybe, we'll see. Let's take a look at this. And again, you can see, arrows aside, some of the road labels. Worst of the hail right now is going to be on 1499, just west of 271, southwest of Powderly. East side of Pat Mays Lake, northwest of the city of Paris. Now, if I loop this, you'll see... I zoom out a bit, moving southeast, right? It's not moving that quick. It might not be moving at 30 miles an hour. It might be one of these storms that we call backbuilding. It might just be sitting there. The updraft constantly, essentially, reforming farther west to where it looks like it's not moving. If that happens, well, the hail core is not going to move that much, and someone's going to get a lot of rain. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. The threat of localized flooding. And, again, that camera, top right side of your screen here, is going to be Paris. And then I can load up a shot. We'll just do that. Bottom right, that's going to be Texarkana. Leon Panderson, 4633, welcome to the community. Thanks for joining. But again, we have no tornadoes, we have a lot of lightning, we have heavy rain. It's one of these classic late April storms throwing a temper tantrum. We'll be watching things, that's for sure. We appreciate everyone popping in this evening, letting us know where you're watching from. And again, 95% of Texas, at least, if not higher, is not dealing with any storms tonight. Tucker, thank you very much for that hail report. The hail's probably going to get bigger. So what we're going to have to watch for is, for now, we have no storms trying to attack Texas other than this storm in Paris. What we might see is this try to move more south-southeast over the next few hours, in which case Bogota all the way down 271 to DePort, and Mount Pleasant may have to deal with it. But again, that's kind of theorizing whatever. So we're going to have to see. But yeah, it is not a happy time right now in Paris, Sumner, Powderly, as this storm moves off to the southeast at, 20 to 30 miles per hour. Again, we're just watching cameras here. That camera on the top right, that's going to be Paris. You can see definitely some lightning. Not seeing any hail with that at this point, which is good. Oh, let me see if I can't set y'all up with a better view of that. Give me just a second. Can do that at least. And we'll go full screen on that real quick. But again, this is going to be the northeast sides of Paris there on 271. You can see the power lines there are swaying a bit. Roads are wet. We're not seeing any, big hail, at least hail big enough that's going to get picked up on camera. Lan, thanks for that. Stay safe, and I hope it doesn't get any bigger. So again, those of you in Paris, this may go on a while. This storm's really not trying to move very much. Hail Core is trying to build a little more back aloft again, and we note this is what we call back building. Over the last 30 minutes, you've got additional storms firing on the western flank of this, and it just makes it look like the storm's not moving, right? So, one, that can dump a lot of rain real quick, and two, it can also result in multiple rounds of hail. So, worst of the hail right now is on probably just north of the loop in Paris on 271. We've probably got some nasty hail just east of Sumner, just south of Powderly. And again, this is not a tornadic situation. This is not a tornado situation. This is a big, bad, very mad hail situation. Bogota, thank you, sir. So we'll see. But again, no tornado issues, no spinny dooms at this point. Just a lot of heavy rain, hail, and strong winds moving down to the city of Paris. Y'all let us know what you end up getting once it's safe to do so. Radar's one thing. It's a bucket of spilled paint. Y'all telling us what's going on from above, or from, the ground is much more valuable information. So you can tell us in chat. You can shoot us a pic on X, Threads, tag us on Instagram, Facebag. Just looking at that camera in Paris, which is above my head to the right, where it's raining. No hail yet there at 135 and 82. 195, excuse me. That's on the northeast side of town, but you could definitely see a whole lot of cloud-to-ground lightning there. Sad thing is, I picked that camera out 2 hours ago, so just goes to show, unfortunate. We have not had any ground reports bigger than about ping pong ball yet. In Paris right now, it looks like northeast sides of town there, within the 82 loop, getting about nickel-size hail right now, it looks like. Y'all let us know if it end up being bigger, but we definitely don't want you near windows if you start getting real big hail. We are going to have a tornado warning. Stand by.
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Lamar County in Texas.
Okay, it's now 8:01 p.m. I'm Texas Weather Roundup's Boldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We now have a tornado warning for Lamar County in northeast Texas. This will include the city of Paris, Reno, Blossom, Pattonville, DePort, Toco. This is a tornado warning, which means now, instead of just hail, we now need you to go ahead and take more serious action. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm now that the Weather Service has decided is now capable of producing a tornado. So this is a tornado warning, meaning if you're in the city of Paris, Toco, Reno, Sun Valley, Blossom, DePort, please take your tornado safety precautions. What's that? Well, good question. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy. If not, that's all right. So again, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm now capable of producing a tornado along with tennis ball size hail very near the city of Paris. Camera above me to the top right, that's going to be at 82 and 195 on the northeast side of Paris. And if you're just joining us on TikTok, Facebook, X, welcome. We now have a tornado warning for Paris, Lamar County, and northeast Texas. So we are now going to implement our full streaming protocol, which calls for everything and its mama. So, again, those of you in Lamar County, near the city of Paris, this is a tornado warning. You've been dealing with a storm capable of producing tennis ball-size hail now for a good 20 minutes. Storm has intensified, it looks like. And I say it looks like because the closest radar is 100-something miles away. So, I'll be honest, whatever wind data I show you on here isn't going to be much help. The honest truth is, I cannot tell you what is going on in the lowest 10,000 feet of the storm right now, because we don't have a radar nearby. It's just a travesty. And you know what? Yeah, that's all I'll say about that. But unfortunately, those of you in Paris, it's time to take your safety plan into action. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And you know what? We'll get through this A-okay. But we need those of you in the city of Paris to please be in a safe place, as this dangerous storm is now capable of producing a tornado. I'm just looking at some data here. And that camera up there is from Paris. We have some winds. I'd expect them to be north winds. And again, we're going to be watching data very carefully. But again, Paris, we need you to please be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, I can't tell you what's going on the lowest 10,000 feet. You know, we're looking at 13,000 feet here, and I'll be honest, if this was right, I think there's something real bad happening on the south sides of Paris right now. But I can't tell you what's going on because the closest radar is 100 miles away. So, again, that's why I'm not really showing you the which way the wind's blowing mode, because I don't know. Regardless, the rotation, the mid-levels is strong. Could there be a tornado? Yes. In fact, let's take a full screen. This is in northeast Paris. You can see winds moving from left to right, north to south. This is 82 at 195. That would be wind being sucked into the circulation on the south sides of Paris. So, if you're in Paris, you need to be in shelter now, all right? That's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I don't want you going outside looking for this. I don't want you trying to go play in the hail. Look, earlier I was like, let us know how big the hail is. Okay, cool. The hail's secondary now to a possible tornado. Get your butt in the closet. Thank you. So with that, you know what? We'll be okay here. I want to be clear. We have no confirmation of a tornado down right now. But, hey, Paris, this storm has a temper tantrum issue, and we need you to be in a safe place with haste, especially on the south side of Paris. And with that, we need folks to please be mindful that in addition to the potential of a tornado, we have the potential of tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and quite a bit of cloud to ground lightning. We have no other storms in the state of Texas right now. But again, those of you in the city of Paris, this is a tornado warning. Please take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, so that camera to the top right of me is getting pummeled with heavy rain, hail, and wind right now. This is on 82 at 195 in northeast Paris. So we're watching for hail. We're watching for anything else. We're not seeing any debris, thankfully. We're not seeing transformers exploding. Power's still on here. No, that might have actually been a power hit. It is not good to be out in Paris right now, I'll tell you that. So those of you in Paris need to be in a safe place. At 8:06 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over the city of Paris, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. This storm has the potential to produce a tornado and tennis ball size hail, along with damaging straight line winds. So Paris, be in a safe place. Tornado threat will be moving southeast of town soon, but now the hail is going to move into Paris. So y'all in Paris, stop going outside looking for this and get into shelter, all right? I cannot tell you what exactly is going on in the which way the wind's blow mode, because this is what it looks like. It looks spooky, right? We're looking at 12,500 feet. The closest radar is 110 miles away in Shreveport, Louisiana, or Burleson, Texas. I can't tell you what's going on to low levels. I can't tell you what exactly the rotation the lowest 2,000 feet is, because the closest radar is 100 miles away. It's a radar hole. It's a great disservice, unfortunately. But, boy, you can see it's just getting pummeled on that camera right now in Paris. That's to the top right side of my head. Very heavy rain, strong winds. You got folks hiding under bridges. Bridge bozos. But we're probably going to start seeing some hail there soon. All right, so outside of that, those of you in Blossom, Sun Valley, and Reno, you're no longer in the tornado warning. You're in the hail, but the tornado warning part is south of 82 now. Those of you in 271 from Paris down to DePort, you are in the tornado warning, and we need you to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, this is Paris, Texas, northeast side of town, 82 and FM 196. You can see it is pouring, it is hailing, the lightning is a-glowing, and stuff is just nasty sauce there. So Paris, tornado would likely be on the southeast side of town now if we have one, and we have no report. I have no ground truth to tell you there's a tornado down. We just have strong mid-level rotation, and it is about to start hailing and raining like the dickens in the city of Paris. So, northeast Texas, heads up. And again, this is the only storm we're dealing with. There are no other storms in the state of Texas right now. So, you know what? Yeah. Reno, Sun Valley, and Blossom. Again, the possible tornado would be to your southwest, probably a little near or south of 271. But you're getting pummeled right now with hail. Blossom, Reno, Paris, hail, damaging winds. You know what? I'd just stay in shelter anyway. You know what? This is a big bad storm, and if it starts throwing tennis ball size hail sideways in wind, it's going to be breaking some stuff. So we want y'all to please be in a safe place as this storm moves southeast. Camera on the top right's the city of Paris. Camera on the bottom right, whatever, dyslexic Dave, is the city of Texarkana. Or it might be 195. Whatever, it's on the northeast side of town. Yeah, it's 195 and 82. So, again, a tornado warning does remain in effect for the southeast sides of Paris. Down 271 to Pattonville and DePort, northwest of Bogota. That's where the area of circulation would be. Those of you in the city of Paris, well, really, Toco, Paris, Reno, Blossom, Detroit, you got the hail. You got the strong winds. You got the heavy rain right now. Carla, thank you for that membership gifts. Appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. This activity is going to be moving off to the southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So, again, nasty hail in Paris, very heavy rain. We're probably going to have some flooding issues. At this point, no confirmation of tornadoes from the ground. Some data on the radar. Real quick, I'll just show you this. This is the debris tracker, and you can see some folks might be seeing this little blue donut here surrounded by a sea of red and thinking that's a debris signature. That's a false alarm. That's the inflow notch here. Notice the lowered how hard it's raining values and the reflectivity. That's a pretty common misconception in the inflow notch there. That can be a pretty easy false alarm. So that's not going to be a tornado debris signature. But definitely a very intense storm now over Paris. We did have a report at 2 minutes ago of a possible tornado near Paris with power flashes. It remains to be seen if that was a rain-wrapped tornado or, you know, just some very strong winds in Paris. But again, those of you in Paris definitely want to be in a safe place with very heavy rain, strong winds, damaging winds, potential for tennis ball size hail, and possibly a rain-wrapped tornado near town. And again, I can't tell you exactly near where town because we're looking at 12,000 feet above the ground, and what we're seeing in the mid-levels usually doesn't correlate exactly down to the surface. There's tilts involved in storms and all that. So, y'all in Paris, be safe. But based on the which way the wind is blowing mode, the worst of the mid-level rotation is now southeast of Paris by a few miles. I'm going to correlate that. We're going to switch from the Shreveport radar. We're going to look from the Fort Worth radar. And it's just messier than dog doo-doo. But the latest report is going to be from the National Weather Service now. At 8:14 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located near Pattonville, 7 miles southeast of Paris, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So we have a report now from the ground that we do have a tornado near Pattonville, about 7 miles southeast of Paris. So, Paris, you're in the hail, you're in the wind. It's still not a good situation in Paris right now, but we do have a report of a tornado southeast of Paris now, about 7 miles southeast of town near Pattonville. So those of you in Pattonville to DePort, south of Reno, south of Blossom, we need you to take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, we don't want folks
National
traveling.
Weather
We don't want you
Service
out there
has
trying to
issued a
look at
new
this. We
severe
don't want you
thunderstorm
in a
warning
mobile home,
for
travel trailer,
Franklin
etc.
and Red River
We want you
County
in a
in Texas.
safe place. So that is what we need you to do if you are anywhere from pretty much the city of Paris southeast down 271 through Pattonville, across 196 to DePort. We need you to be in a safe location. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, this would be a rain-wrapped circulation, rain-wrapped tornado, which means you're not going to see it. Again, this does have very, very strong mid-level rotation. We're looking at 13, 14. Let me try this. We're looking at about 11,700 feet above the ground. All right? So we're not looking at the low levels here. But, you know, we've got a ground report, at least, that someone apparently saw a tornado southeast of Paris. So that, combined with the nasty hail, the nasty wind, indicates y'all need to be in a safe place. Pretty much from Paris all the way southeast down 271 to Pattonville and DePort. And again, Paris, it should start calming down here soon. I know, it's still quite a lightning show in Paris. I can put that back up. Top right camera is 82 and 195 in northeast Paris. But it's also worth knowing we still have storms building back, what's called back building, but essentially storms reforming on 82 all the way west of Paris. And we're going to have to watch this. We're going to have to make sure we don't have any circulations west of town. But again, this is still mostly going to be a damaging wind, large hail situation. We're going to have to be very mindful of all of that. All right. So again, we do have, or did have, a report of a possible tornado southeast of Paris several minutes ago. We've had damaging winds and hail in Paris, and the heavy rain and hail will continue in Paris. The area of rotation would be southeast of Paris now. So Paris, we're looking better. You're still technically in the warning, especially if you're southeast of Paris, down to Pattonville and DePort. But notice how this storm is starting to move a little more south-southeast. Remember how that high-rise rapid refresh model earlier showed farther south development? Guess what? We're starting to see that. This is starting to move a little farther south. And notice we're starting to even see the little thunderstorms fire up closer to Sulphur Bluff and Cunningham, west of Bogota, or Bogota. Thank you for the report, John, of quarter-size hail in Sumner. We appreciate it. Hope you haven't gotten anything worse. Those of you in Mount Pleasant, this storm is going to be heading your way, so keep an eye out. All the way, let's just say, Sulphur Springs, Mount Pleasant, even the new Boston, heads up. This complex will head your way. Eventually, I suspect this will start to act more like a thunderstorm complex with more wind, a lot of heavy rain and hail as it moves southeast. So we're going to be watching very carefully here. DePort, thank you.
The National Weather Service
Something we
has
are going to
issued
be
a
watching
new
for
severe
here.
thunderstorm warning for
Delta and Lamar County
Again,
in
as
Texas.
these storms are producing large hail. In fact, already a new storm back just east of Honeygrove to Roxton over Petty. That's going to be moving southeast with the potential of tennis ball size hail. So again, tennis ball size hail. Petty, Bruxton, Toco, southeast of Paris, over to Reno, Blossom. Going to be moving southeast towards Lake Creek, Howland, Roxton, Enlow, Charleston, Cunningham, DePort, Pattonville. And eventually Bogota, and Johntown. Libby, thanks for joining the community. Welcome to the club. Chelsea, I'm sorry to hear you've got smashed windows in Paris. Be safe, please. And y'all in Paris, be safe as well. Let us know once it's safe if you ended up with any damage or big hail. We don't want you doing any of that while it's still happening, though. We want you to be in a safe place. You can see Paris on the northeast side of town there at 82 and 195 is still getting clobbered. And this is the only storms we have in Texas right now. Up here in Lamar County, western Red River County, we are starting to see some activity move into parts of Bowie, Red River counties from Oklahoma. So we're going to be watching this complex of storms as it heads off to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Y'all let us know where you're watching from this evening. Vast majority of Texas is nothing to deal with tonight. This is going to be in really northeast Texas. Here's a statewide view real quick, and the only other storm we're dealing with right now, anywhere that could be an issue for Texas, is this one back southeast of Lawton, Oklahoma. If it can make it down towards parts of Clay and Montague counties, east of Wichita Falls, it might have some hail. Otherwise, the only storms we're dealing with in Texas right now, and for most of tonight, will be this activity in northeast Texas. That will move farther south. So those of you on I-20, Tyler, Longview, Marshall, and I-30, Sulphur Springs, Mount Pleasant to Boston, you're probably getting storms tonight. Same for Texarkana, and yes, some of them could be strong with large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain. A tornado warning remains in effect for a little while longer now across eastern Lamar County. Last report was from about 15 minutes ago of a spin-up tornado reported near Pattonville. We're not getting any reports since then. And again, I think most likely right now we might have a small rain-wrapped tornado in here somewhere, but a lot of rain, a lot of hail, and a lot of strong wind, and a whole lot of lightning, which, yeah, makes people nervous, for sure. But I want to emphasize, there is no indications we're dealing with anything like we saw in Oklahoma yesterday right now. So let's be clear about that. But you know what? If you're in the tornado warning, guess what? Those of you in Pattonville to deport, and you can see the latest update just cleared Paris. So Paris, the tornadic portion of the storm is now southeast of town. Paris is clear from the tornado warning. Paris is still getting hail, strong winds, and heavy rain. Reno, Blossom, Detroit, Toco, Brookston, same thing. Hail, heavy rain, lightning, wind. The rotation part of the storm, which isn't as evident now, is going to be, well, there it is, a little more evident on that, is going to be closer to Pattonville, between Howland and Pattonville, east of 2419, near or southwest of 271. Again, we're looking at 12,000 feet. I can't tell you exactly what's going on at the surface here, but definitely can tell you there is stormy mischief. So we need you to be in a safe place. That's, again, the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet. Okay, so here's what we are going to do real quick. You are not going to hear me for about 40 seconds. I will be back in 40 seconds, all right? Not going anywhere. Well, besides the restroom real quick. But beyond that, I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Sorry, I'm not that kind of channel. I'm not taking you to the restroom, but let's get going. And again, nasty sauce here with this activity. Now, let's get off the which way the wind's blowing mode. That's a bucket of spilled paint, literally. This is the mode y'all are probably used to.
Your attention, please.
Stand by.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Delta, Hopkins, and Lamar County in Texas.
All right. Let's see the new tornado warning that's going to pop up here in a second on the screen. This tornado warning is going to include Pattonville, DePort, Cunningham, and there you go. This is a new tornado warning now. And let me make sure, I'm trying to make sure we have every possible community placed on here. If I need to, I'll show you on my screen. But this is going to be a tornado warning for portions of northeastern Hopkins. This is going to be northeastern Hopkins, northeastern Delta, and southeastern Lamar counties up here in northeast Texas. This is going to be until 9:15 p.m. So, at 8:27 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located near Pattonville, 10 miles southeast of Paris, moving southeast. They're saying at 45 miles an hour now. So if that's the case, this thing started taking its Wheaties and is moving southeast more quickly. Tornado possible. Hail up to 2 inches in diameter possible. This is going to be moving over mostly rural areas, but Bairdstown, Taylortown, Glory, Clardy, Milton, Cunningham, Broadway Junction, Minter, and Gadsden, Texas are all in these tornado warnings. And again, that's going to be a tornado warning. That means you need to enact your severe weather safety plans. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a rain-wrapped tornado, along with damaging straight-line winds and the potential of hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So, y'all need to be in a safe place, and it's still pouring and storming in Petty, Brookston, Toco, Paris, Reno, Blossom. It's still pouring. It's still storming. There may still be hail. Probably not as big, but still strong winds, etc. And you can see these storms keep building back farther west here. You can see back on 82 near Honey Grove, storms building back west there. So again, as these go up, it almost looks like the storm's not moving, right? It is, but the storms just keep building back farther west. So we definitely have a lot of rain out here, and I want to emphasize we're probably going to have some flooding issues. Probably seen a lot of street flooding starting to develop out here as well, in addition to the hail, the wind, the spinny, doom, and lightning galore. Those of you north of 82, here in Lamar County, places like Powderly's clear, Sumner, you're clear, Reno and Blossom, you're going to be clear soon. It's still pouring and storming, you got lightning galore, but it's moving southeast. The lake, up there, you're clear. This is about to be a south of 82 issue in Lamar County. Now, out here in Red River County, out here in Bowie County, you're not done yet. So don't think I'm saying y'all are done. You are not. And again, there are no other storms in Texas. Zilch, zero, nada. So, everyone else, guess what? You're fine for now. These storms probably are going to be moving southeast towards places like Sulphur Springs, Mount Pleasant, Boston, Texarkana, and eventually may make it down to Interstate 20 in East Texas. So, we're going to have to watch for that carefully.
In Oklahoma, Bowie, and Red River County in Texas.
And that's what we're going to be doing. But again, this activity, for now, will continue moving southeast at about, well, 30 to 45 miles an hour. So those of you in Paris, you are clear from the warnings. It's still raining and storming in Paris, but the worst is over in Paris. Those of you in Blossom, it's going to be over soon. It's raining. Detroit, Bagwell, Clarksville, you're going to start getting some rain, heavy wind, and lightning soon. And we're just going to wait and see as this activity keeps moving off towards the southeast. Y'all let us know where you're watching from this evening. That way we can help focus coverage on where you are. But again, if you are anywhere outside of Northeast Texas, this isn't an issue for you. You're doing fine for now. I say for now. Really, there's not going to be any more storms out farther west tonight. Try and get some cameras set up here for y'all. All right. You could see all that rain still in Paris. Here's Paris, 82 over 195 in northeast Paris. You can see it's still pouring rain. Still some cars out there. And based on the amount of rain we've had, there's probably some street flood. All right, so again, we do have a tornado warning that continues until 9:15 p.m. for portions of northeastern Hopkins, southeastern Lamar, and northeastern Delta counties up here in northeast Texas. This storm is now south of 82, south of Paris, moving southeast, kind of pretty much parallel in 271. It's going to become more of a wind and hail threat, I think, versus a tornado threat, but I don't know if we're there yet. And you also see how one of these little storms fired up again south of DePort. We're going to have to watch that just in case it tries to have a little spin to it. But I think outside of the potential for a spin-up rain-wrap tornado, we're watching for very heavy rain. We're watching for hail. And we're watching for the potential of strong winds. So with that, we're going to be watching for sure. So, we're going to have to wait and see. But again, we have no recent ground reports. And let's talk about who's in, who's out. With the caveat being, again, we're looking, unfortunately, up here in a radar hole. we're looking, 11,000 feet. So we're not looking to low levels, so that's why I'm not able to give you that super detailed view of what is going on in the low levels, and that's because the closest radar is 100 miles away. It stinks, it's doggy doo-doo, it's a plethora of other words you can imagine, but you know what? It is what it is. So in the mid-levels, and again, I don't want to nitpick here on what we're showing because, again, we're looking in the mid-levels. We're not getting a great view of this. There's still rotation in these storms. Apparently, you're getting an Internet Explorer Edge window. Congratulations on that. And this activity is going to keep moving southeast. Tara, thank you very much for the kind words. Appreciate it. So again, these storms are starting to move southeast more quickly now. And as they do so, we are expecting the potential for some hail, some strong winds, heavy rain, and yes, we do have a tornado warning. That warning includes Cunningham, DePort, areas south of Pattonville. So Cunningham, you know what? If we have some spinny, doom mischief, it is within minutes of impact in your area. So please take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet. If you got one handy. If not, it's okay. Just, you know what? Give us a little bit of your time. And this will roll by quickly, and you'll be able to go on with your night. So really, again, no news is good news. We haven't heard any reports from the ground lately, which is good. I think we're dealing with a lot of rain, a lot of hail, a lot of strong winds and lightning for sure. There's going to be wind damage out here. Not sure if we're going to have a tornado warning. Well, let's rephrase that. Not sure if we have a tornado down. There is a tornado warning. And it sounds like we might end up with some more. So we'll see. So again, with this complex of storms right now, extending from Honey Grove to Roxton to Cunningham to DePort, Bogota, Clarksville, it's going to keep moving southeast. New tornado warnings, stand by. Eventually it'll go, but in the chat...
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Franklin, Red River, and Titus County in Texas.
All right, so the Weather Service is going to extend the tornado warning downstream. So this tornado warning now will include Bogota, Talco, Johntown. This will include Wilkinson, Winfield, northeast of Mount Vernon. And eventually, yes, if it continues, it would eventually get down towards the community of Mount Pleasant and Interstate 30. So those of you on I-30, or if you know anyone traveling up here tonight, we are going to probably start needing to shut that part down. We're not going to want folks on Interstate 30 between Mount Vernon and probably, I mean, I wouldn't go west of 259 as this gets closer to the interstate. Bogota, thank you. So if you're in Sulphur Springs, more so likely closer to 271, you're going to be dealing with this complex of storms with the potential of damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, the potential for large hail, and yes, maybe a spin-up tornado or two. And this is going to be moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So Hagensport, Bogota, Wilkerson, Winfield, Talco, Miller's Cove, Bogota, and Johntown, you're included in this tornado warning, which means it's your time to take action, which is the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. You put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We've had no ground reports lately. We had quite a bit of hail and heavy rain, plus wind back in Paris. Paris, you are clear. Paris is clear. As this moves off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So we're going to continue with live coverage here. Sorry if I'm quiet for a minute. I'm just looking at data. I've got 12 monitors around me. On the right, top right's going to be Paris camera. Middle right, that's going to be Mount Vernon on I-30, and then Texarkana on the bottom right, where you can see some pretty cool lightning, honestly. I just saw that. That was cool. You get lightning with that, you get lightning with that, and then you get lightning up in Paris, which, I mean, it's good the camera still has power. So, again, if these storms make it down to I-20, which, I mean, they might from Longview, Marshall, maybe even Tyler, it's not probably going to be for another 3 hours. I'm going to look at some data here. And again, thank you to everyone who's watching us this evening. If you want to help us spread the word about what's going on, feel free to share feel free to share our coverage with folks who might be in these impacted areas. And we'll keep spreading the word. We're going to be here until things are done. We appreciate everyone who's helping us out this evening. Otherwise, again, this activity is going to keep moving southeast tonight, and it probably will make it down to Longview. So, you know, y'all in Longview, you've got a few hours, but you're going to be, you're going to want to keep an eye out. And we'll load a model here in a minute that shows what's going on. Paris is clear. All right. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for East Texas until 4 a.m. That's just no. I guess we'll show you that real quick. So let's do this real quick. Let me show you the watch. We'll show you the model data so folks can wonder what's going on. There you go. Severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. in the blue box of doom until 4 a.m. I don't think this is going to last till 4 a.m. Let's show you the model data real quick, then we're going to get back to the coverage now that I've taken care of some business, and I can talk really quickly, because it's fun to talk really quickly. I'll stop it, though, because it probably makes life difficult. So, let's do this. I'm going to clear everything off the screen. We're going to turn the city labels down considerably. And let's get going. So, this is going to be the HER model data. This is going to be through tomorrow morning. I'm just going to load it from 10 p.m. onward. And again, this is not going to be perfect here, so don't think this is necessarily going to be completely right. But as you can see, it does move storm south overnight across northeast Texas and even parts of East Texas. So with that, we're going to have to deal with this for a while, with the strongest storms producing some hail, some strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. All right, so if you're in Tyler, Longview, Shreveport, yeah, you're probably getting storms later tonight. And now everyone who is watching, when new folks join in about 20 seconds and ask what I just covered, you can answer them nicely and let them know, hey, Mr. Boldyman said, heads up. All right, so let's get back to it. A tornado warning remains in effect for northeastern Hopkins, northeastern Delta, far southeastern Lamar, northern Franklin, southwestern Red River, and northwestern Titus counties in northeast Texas. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado along with tennis ball size hail near Sulphur Bluff or Hagensport, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. That's going to be moving towards eventually places like Mount Vernon and Mount Pleasant. Paris is clear. Blossom is clear. Sun Valley is clear. Reno is clear. Toco is clear. It's still storming in Brookston to Roxton to Petty with hail, but no tornado. Tornado threat is now well south of D Port. So D Port is clear. And then nasty hail. Well, I say that. They just issued a new tornado warning farther west. So It'd be great if we could actually coordinate with the Weather Service versus being blind, but hey, you know what? Life just stinks, right? That's what happens when you are stuck 20 years in the past. Alright, so this is going to be a new...
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Delta, Hopkins, and Lamar County in Texas.
It's going to be a new tornado warning back in Lamar County. This is going to be for a new storm-ish south of Paris. Paris, you're still done. This is going to be a circulation that's just north of Lake Creek on Highway 24. This is going to be a tornado warning for northeastern Hopkins, northeastern Delta, and southern Lamar counties until 9:30 p.m. At 8:50 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is 7 miles northeast of Big Creek Lake, 13 miles south of Paris, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. This storm is also capable of producing tennis ball-sized hail and damaging winds. His tornado warning includes Howland, Charleston, Tira, Lake Creek, Birthright, Enloe, Nelta, Gadsden, and Broadway Junction again. So again, another storm trailing behind the firsts, which is now resulting in a new tornado warning. So this is going to result in a couple. So we have 2 storms, 2 possible tornado warnings. Well, 2 possible tornadoes. One, circulation near Bogota. Second, southeast of Howland, north of Lake Creek. Both moving southeast at 25 to 35 miles per hour. So again, big hail, big wind, spinny doom-dooms. It's just a great Friday night in northeast Texas. So, again, if you're under a tornado warning, that means you need to take your severe weather safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We've not had any ground reports lately of a tornado, so I want to be clear, these are radar indicated. They look spicy, but, you know, tornado not guaranteed. Lightning guaranteed. Hail, pretty likely. Strong winds, pretty likely. And again, you know what? Those of you, eventually, Mount Vernon, you're going to have to deal with these. Mount Pleasant, you're going to have to deal with these. What is with the radar data? Congrats, you get to see my desktop for a second. Enjoy the Windows XP. That just happens if my 32-bit program tends to throw a temper tantrum. If you're wanting to know the forecast for tonight, and we're not talking about your area, we have a free app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. That'll help you out. Works nationwide with radar. You can watch our live coverage there and on our website. So again, those of you on I-30, pretty much from Mount Vernon to Mount Pleasant, you're going to have to deal with these intense storms soon. These storms are currently capable of producing up to tennis ball size hail and damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, and yes, the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado. So, let's just, talk about it. And let's just do this. We're going to go from west to east. First storm is located over Highway 1924. That is going to be near Lake Creek, southeast of Howland, moving southeast towards Charleston, Tira, Sulphur Bluff, probably passing a bit west of Cunningham this time. That's the western storm that we've had develop. Could be big hail. Again, tennis ball size hail. Paris is clear. This is already south of Paris. Storm number 2, the eastern storm, which is closer to Cunningham to Bogota, or whatever. Sorry, I'm bad at pronunciation, not personal. That's moving southeast towards Johntown, Talco, and eventually will be an issue, probably for Mount Pleasant. I-30, I'll tell you what, from 9:30 onward, we're not going to want anybody on I-30 going east out of Sulphur Springs or going west, probably west of Highway 259, on the east side. So from Sulphur Springs to Highway 259 near Naples, Interstate 30 is going to be a no-no zone after 9:30 p.m. So if you know anyone traveling out there tonight, you know any commercial vehicle carriers, give them a heads up. Mr. Baldy Man says, big bad, very mad. If you don't want to get hit by spinny, spinny doom dooms, well, think of it this way. You don't want to get hit by the tennis ball size hail either. These storms are likely to continue moving south-southeast towards I-20 by midnight. So those of you from Longview, Marshall, can't even roll out as far west as Highway 69. You've got storms to deal with tonight. And yes, they could still be severe when they arrive at midnight. We do note a new additional development now on Interstate 30 from Greenville, Rockwall, Caddo Mills. Nothing severe right now with that, but we are seeing activity beginning to develop farther west, so we're going to have to watch out. And folks, I'll tell you what, if you have a storm approaching you tonight, there's a good chance it is hail. So here's a look, and you can see these things are just, first off, the amount of lightning out of these is incredible. There are thousands of lightning strikes happening every 10 minutes with these. These are so electrical, it's nuts. There is hail, tennis ball size hail. There is wind, there is rain, there is quite a bit of disdain, trust me. Not only disdain from y'all having to be in a closet, there's disdain for me having to deal with the nonsense because, well, who likes dealing with nasty weather? So these will impact areas from Sulphur Springs probably all the way east to Mount Pleasant by 10 p.m. Maybe sooner. And then keep moving southeast. Winsboro, Pittsburgh, Lone Star, Gilmer, maybe even Quitman, down to Longview. Guess what? Next 2 to 3 hours, y'all are dealing with these, and they're probably still going to be severe. And again, we would recommend no one being on Interstate 30 between Sulphur Springs and Naples. Highway 154 on the west, Highway 259 on the east, including Mount Pleasant and Mount Vernon, would avoid Interstate 20, probably 9:30 and beyond. Though, I mean, again, you can see the lightning on these cameras. We've got Paris in the top right. We've got Mount Vernon in the middle. We've got Texarkana on the bottom. You can see lightning on all of them, especially Paris and Mount Vernon. So again, it is now 8:59 p.m. Howdy ho, my name's Baldy and Chief David Reimer, and you're watching the Texas Weather Roundup. The news is weather, and we have tornado warnings this evening in northeast Texas. Much of the day remained quiet, and then Mama Nature was like, well, told you so. And now we're dealing with rowdy weather. If you're in Paris, you're clear. We did have a report of a tornado near Paris well earlier. I haven't heard any damage from that. We've got rain, hail, wind, all sorts of stuff around Paris with power outages. And real quick, I will look to see if we have a report. We do have some power outages around Paris, around 1,400 customers without power in Lamar County, so that could have been a lot worse. But we're going to be keeping a very close eye on things as activity moves southeast. Ugh. And again, this whole cluster is going to make it down to I-20. So from folks asking, Tyler, is it going to storm tonight? Probably. Longview, Marshall, yes. Probably by midnight. Trig, thanks for becoming a community member. Welcome to the club. And, yeah, we're just going to be watching things here. So again, let's zoom back in here. And again, you can see these storms have a lot of rain. We're going to have flooding out here too. So we've got one storm southwest of Bogata. I'm not in the mood to mispronounce it right now. Sorry, it's almost caffeine time. West of Talco. This is going to be approaching Highway 37, north of 71. You can see we do have an inflow notch here, indicating an area of inflow. We do have some rotation on the which way it's blowing mode, and this is tornado warning. So those of you south of Bogota, west of Talco, all the way down now to just north of Mount Vernon to Winfield, northwest of Mount Pleasant, you're under a tornado warning, which means it's time to take your spinny doom precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy. And yes, this is going to be on Interstate 30 from Mount Vernon to Winfield to Mount Pleasant by 10 p.m. This is your early warning. Winfield, Mount Pleasant, dangerous storm will be on you by 10 p.m. with big hail, could be tennis ball size hail, damaging winds, and if it's still being a big, bad, very mad troll, yeah, might still have a tornado warning. Second storm the Weather Service has decided to grace us a tornado warning with is going to be this near Lake Creek, Enlow, and Charleston. This storm's also moving southeast. The potential for quarter to golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Moving southeast to 20 to 35 miles an hour with the potential of it to also produce a brief tornado. That's going to be moving southeast towards Sulphur Bluff, Charleston, Tira, and eventually that could make it towards Saltillo and Mount Vernon on Interstate 30. And for what it's worth, we do have activity developing farther west now, from west of Commerce to Greenville to Rockwall. Those are showers right now, but if they develop, and the high-res rapid refresh model suggests that could happen, that would increase the threat of storms in Canton to Tyler over the next few hours. And if you want to know where storms are, we do have a free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Reposition. Oh, good gravy, sweet Mary. Let's pop up here a bit. Oh, nope. Baldy almost fell. That would have been funny. All right. Get a little more oomph in my chair. All right, so let's go ahead and pop on over. Again, let's use the super de-duper high-res rapid refresh model. Yeah, let's do that real quick just to give a timing update. I'll try to do that about every 10 minutes, so I'll set a timer here, and we'll do it again at 9:15. But in between that, if folks have questions about is this going to hit me, etc., those of you watching now, if you'd be so kind, help us answer those questions. Because I'll be honest, I'm going to be focused mainly on what the heck is going on right now. So let's load this from 10 p.m. through 5 a.m. Let me clear off the timestamp. But guess what? You can see it is going to storm tonight in East Texas. Thank you all for watching tonight, by the way. We're going to be here till this all calms its happy self down. Quick look across the state, so we can see that a vast majority of you have not a thing going on. As you can see, this is all a Northeast Texas issue. DFW, it's not going to storm tonight. Not going to storm tonight in you know, well, the rest of the state, unless you're in Northeast and East Texas. So, out here, we're going to be dealing with storms, and we're going to be here for you. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to what's going on right now. We do have a tornado warning that continues for areas south of Bogota. Bogata. There, I pronounced it every other way. West of Talco, east of Sulphur Bluff. That's storm number 1. Big Bad, Very Mad, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. It does have an area of rotation with it, but I'm more concerned about the damaging wind and hail threat. Repent, follow Jesus. Thanks for becoming a community member. Welcome to the party. This activity is going to be moving off to the southeast at about
The National Weather
30 miles an
Service
hour.
has
Mount
issued a
Vernon,
new
Mount
severe
Pleasant, everyone in
thunderstorm warning
between,
for
Winfield.
Delta,
You're getting this storm by
Hopkins,
10
Hunt,
p.m., if
and
not
Lamar
sooner. The
County in
potential for
Texas.
very large hail, up to the size of tennis balls. Damaging wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour, and very heavy rainfall. And, yeah, maybe a brief tornado. All right, back west, storm number 2. This whole cluster, really. I'm going to go with the cluster because, let's be honest, it's a big blob of nonsense now. This blob of nonsense, which does have the potential to produce golf ball size hail at least, and damaging winds of 60 miles an hour, is going to be moving southeast from Pecan Gap, southeast of Ladonia, up to Roxton, southeast towards Highway 24, passing just northeast of Commerce to Cooper, Enlow, moving southeast towards Tira, Sulphur Springs, Sulphur Bluff, all that. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning out here now. Potential for golf ball size hail and localized damaging wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour. A very ridiculous amount of cloud to ground lightning and heavy rain. Further southwest, we do have a few showers going up now, all the way down to Royce City. It remains to be seen what happens with that, but if that stuff develops further west, we could have a bit of an issue. All this is going to make it to I-20 tonight. So places like Tyler, Longview, Marshall, it is going to storm tonight. Those storms are probably going to be strong when they reach you by midnight. Let's talk about who's clear. Honey Grove and Bonham, you're good. You're clear. Paris is clear. Detroit, Blossom, Reno, Clarksville is clear. We do have storms farther northeast, right up on the Ark-La-Tex border, or the Oklahoma, yeah, pretty much. From northeast to Avery, north of DeKalb to Foreman. That's going to move southeast towards DeKalb, New Boston, Leary, and eventually Texarkana with some pretty strong winds, heavy rain, and cloud-to-ground lightning. Nothing spinny doom with that right now. Goodness gracious. And again, if you're wanting to know what's going on in your neck of the woods, we do have Texas Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Southwest, again, we do have a couple of tornado warnings still. I'll be honest, it's pretty difficult to discern areas of low-level rotation right now, which is a good thing. That means it's messier, but there's still definitely the potential for a spin-up tornado. Maybe some spinny doom mischief, which is a spin-up tornado. And damaging winds and hail. And again, this is the which way the wind's blowing mode. There is a bit of rotation southwest of Johnstown, west of Talco. Bogota, Bogata, you're clear. It's south and east of you. It's still raining, it's still pouring, but well, you're not getting hit by a tornado. So again, the potential for winds up to 70 miles an hour, quite a bit of hail, and definitely lightning. Lightning is frightening. So they've updated this tornado warning southeast of Cooper now, and again, it looks like a blob on radar, right? So let me try, and it's probably still a better... look at this. So again, those of you around Charleston to Tira, that's going to be moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Potential for maybe a rain-wrapped tornado, heavy rain, hail, cloud-to-ground lightning. Again, you can see we are definitely more of a cluster now. It is just nasty sauce. We are streaming on YouTube. Because we have tornado warnings, we're streaming also on everything else. We have two streaming levels here. One, we do a lot of streaming on YouTube. We're 24/7 on YouTube, technically. But we do a lot of weather coverage on just YouTube. Search for Texas Storm Chasers or Texas Weather Roundup. But when we have tornado warnings, all that goes aside, we stream on everything. Facebook, X, TikTok, Twitch, sometimes even Instagram. And you know what? We do that because we want to get the word out to as many folks as possible. Analytics and, you know, that YouTube money be darned. So that's why we're here. And, well, some of you other streamers are not. So let's keep on going. And again, this is a large cluster now of pretty nasty storms with some heavy rain, hail, maybe golf ball size. You know, the hail sizes have come down. I don't think we've got tennis balls anymore. I think we're probably dealing with some golf ball size hail, maybe a little larger in spots, especially near southwest of Johnstown to west of Talco. And that activity is moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour. And yeah, Paris got its behind handed to it earlier from these storms. We are hearing wind damage reports, power outages. We're probably not going to know more about that until tomorrow after the sun comes up. And there might have been a tornado up there. So, again, if we're not talking about you, that's good. If you wanted to know what's going to happen for you tonight, well, about every 10 minutes we talk about it. We're due to talk about it again here at 9:15. And we'll do it every 10 minutes. We'll show the HER model real quick to give a timeline. But for most of Texas, unless you are in the I-20 corridor around Tyler, Longview, Marshall, points north, you're fine tonight. Now, some of that will make it south of I-20 in East Texas. But, you know, if you're alone and west of I-35, there's nothing tonight. Tomorrow afternoon and evening might be a different story. For what it's worth, we're doing this every day for the next week. And tomorrow's threat's going to probably be a bit farther west on I-35. Isolated, but, you know, those afternoon pop-ups that try to blow up at 5 p.m. And you can see it 200 miles away because it's 60,000 feet tall and has softball-sized hail. But back to tonight. Again, we've got storms in Cooper, Commerce, Sulphur Bluff, Tira, Talco, moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Large hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Winds 60 to 70 miles an hour. Yes, there are a few embedded areas of rotation. A lot of lightning, ridiculous amount of lightning. So again, we're watching this. We're keeping an eye on things. And we thank you for tuning in this evening. We do this. It's 254 counties in Texas, and we try our best to bring everyone the weather information they need. The reason I'm not showing you a lot of the which way the wind is blowing mode is because it's noisy. It's messy here. You know, and that's good. It's rotating, but, you know, I'm not seeing any sort of indication of a tornado debris signature. I'm not seeing indications of, you know, a confirmed tornado with these storms. A lot of wind, a lot of hail, a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, and yes, maybe some spinny, spinny, doom, doom. And we want y'all to be safe. So if you're in a tornado warning, and you got that warning because you have a way to get those warnings on your phone, on weather radio, the Texas Storm Chasers weather call service, hey, you know what? You take shelter. That's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, 9:15. Let's do this. Let's take a peek at what is gonna happen tonight. All right, so let's press some buttons, and then I might get some caffeine because clearly I need more energy in my life. Anyway, so here we go. Her model. Pop on the model data. Here we go. Yippee-ki-yay, yo. Let us see what's going on now. Thanks for your rhymes. Now, quit and let's cow-pow. All right, so here we go. Again, her model. Your timing's up here. If those of you in Tyler, Longview, Shreveport, Marshall are asking, is it going to storm tonight? Probably. Between 11 and midnight, probably. And yes, some of those storms are probably going to still have hail and strong winds and lightning. Yes, storms may actually keep going past that and may go into the piney woods of East Texas overnight with a risk of strong wind gusts, maybe some hail, and heavy rain. The tornado risk this evening is actually low, and it's decreasing. Those of you in Dallas, no, it's not going to storm. McKinney, no. Denton, no. Fort Worth, no. West, no. Waco, no. Stephenville, no. Austin, no. Kerrville, no. Fredericksburg, no. And it will never storm here because I'm here. Jasper, you might actually get some rain in the morning if this thing makes it all the way down there. Lufkin, yeah, you might get some storms a few hours before sunrise. Everybody north of this cluster, well, if it's already stormed, it's done. So there you go. Happy birthday. We'll do this again in 10 minutes. Let's go back to the radar and say, yeah. And here you go. So that means when everyone and their mama comes in 20 seconds and asks, is it going to storm here tonight? And that happens, by the way, just because people, scroll in and out. We can all answer them and be like, maybe. Okay, so we'll do that again at, probably 9:25. Let's do that. We do have storms now intensifying in parts of Hunt County up here near Greenville. These storms are intensifying, so heads up. They have actually made it farther west now. We've got some storms with lightning, a lot of lightning, some small hail now southeast of Greenville to near Cache, Quinlan, Lono, Cumbie, Campbell, Ridgeway. All that's going to be moving east. Guess what? A hailer just southwest of Cooper near Klondike. That's moving southeast towards Sulphur Springs. Sulphur Springs, you could end up with golf ball size hail. Yeah! That's going to be moving on to the southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Yeah, I'm starting to get hyper. Let's get into it, because if we're going to be doing this all evening, we're going to have fun doing it, right? You know what? Don't be scared, be prepared, and as long as we're prepared, we can have fun doing it. So let's do it. All right, so guess what? This whole cluster of nonsense with its glorious amount of cloud-to-ground lightning to wake up half the state of Texas, even though it's going to be 400 miles away from most of you, is going to be moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Most of these storms are not going to have a tornado threat. They're going to have a risk of a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, localized damaging winds, heavy rain. I miss anything? Hail, wind, rain, lightning. Baldy and Chief dad jokes. Yeah, there we go. The hail sizes will come down. Now, some of these are still making big hail. This thing near Klondike, northwest of Sulphur Springs, is the biggest hailer of all right now. That one's got a pretty good signature. Could be over 2 inches in diameter. And that's going to be moving southeast. So guess what? It's going to storm tonight in Tyler. It's going to storm in Longview. It's going to storm in Marshall. And we appreciate everybody sending in pictures and videos of what they're looking at this evening. You can tag us at Texas Storm Chasers on, well, pretty much any social media platform out there. So we appreciate it. Camera on the top right is Paris. Camera middle is Mount Vernon. And camera on the bottom right is Texarkana. I'm going to turn these lights down a little bit. You still see me? Good. Oh. I can't confirm we had a tornado strike Paris. We had a spotter report of a tornado. We've got wind damage in Paris, but the after report won't be until tomorrow or maybe early next week when the Weather Service goes and does a storm survey to confirm if there is a actual tornado or straight line wind. We do know there's wind damage in Paris. Klondike, it's storming, it's pouring. You've got the biggest hail core in the state of Texas right now. So let us know how big that hail is once it's safe and stops falling. And, boy, why is that going so fast? This thing went on a sugar spree. What the heck? All right, we're going to reset that real quick. A little bit of Windows XP background for you. Texarkana. All right, so here we go. Mount Pleasant, you're going to probably be impacted by 10 p.m. And this storm is riding down towards Mount Vernon and Mount Pleasant. We'd advise no travel at this point on Interstate 30. Honestly, if it's not going to be a fun time between Greenville and Texarkana now. It's just not fun at all. This storm west of Talco. Let's do this. Talco, you're clear from the tornado issue, I think. It's going to stay to your west. And, man, we've got some nasty radar signatures up here near Klondike to Cooper right now, moving towards Sulphur Springs and Terra in terms of hail. Rotation right now on radar is going to be north of Mount Vernon by about 6 miles on Highway 37, moving southeast. It's not super strong. I mean, it looks strong on this version, but a lot of wind, a lot of rain, hail galore. You can see storms building very quickly now back in Hunt County. North of Quinlan to Lone Oak, y'all are at increased risk of getting hail. So, nasty hail for sure. And again, potential for that hail to be, Weather Service now saying it could be golf ball to tennis ball size out here from Klondike to Cooper moving towards Sulphur Springs. So we'll see. Looks like we're down to one tornado warning. The tornado warning for Sulphur Bluff is going to go away here in a minute. So this is going to be the only tornado warning we have, and it's going to be this thing just southwest of Talco, north of Mount Vernon, northwest of Mount Pleasant. And I'll be honest, I don't know if they're going to extend the tornado warning farther southeast. It's a severe storm, make no doubt about it. It's got hail, it's got damaging winds, but I'm not sure it has the spinny doom component to it. That being said, guess what? It doesn't really matter if it's a weak tornado or a damaging straight line wind gust. If it ends up giving you wind damage, it's kind of going to stink. So it's a severe storm. These are all severe storms with hail, probably a good amount of wind. And you can see now that we've gone back to whatever mode that was. Stop it. That this line now extends pretty much from north of Texarkana all the way back to Quinlan, east of DFW. And all of this nonsense is going to be moving southeast this evening. So guess what? It's going to storm. Mineola, it's going to storm. Canton, it might storm. We'll see. You might be a little too far west. Tyler, it's gonna storm. Longview, it is gonna storm. Marshall, yeah, it's still gonna storm. And everybody north of that, Quitman, Mineola, Gilmer, Pittsburgh, Jefferson, Linden, Atlanta, it's gonna storm. Caitlin, welcome to the club. Thanks for becoming a community member. And by the way, thank you to everyone who has sent in super chats and stars. Again, I you know, the YouTube etiquette says I need to say thank you individually for all that. The truth is, when we're as busy as I am, I don't have time to look. But I will try to go back after the fact and say thank you. But a big thank you to y'all. And chat, if you see that, please feel free to give thanks on our behalf, because it helps us give y'all weather information. Because the AC bill in this room is going to be horrific, let me tell you. 12 computer monitors, all that nonsense. This is going to be expensive. Clearly, Baldy has gone insane. All right, so let's take a look. The tornado warning around Sulphur Bluff technically is going to go away. Mama of 6, thank you very much for that. That did actually just pass by my feed. Appreciate that generous super chat. Apparently this thing actually does show them now. That's nice. Okay, so we do have one tornado warning that is going to go until 9:45. And that's going to be areas southwest of Talco, north of Mount Vernon, moving southeast. And I'm hoping we can get rid of this tornado warning soon. But make no mistake, we're going to have severe storm warnings probably for hours yet. And I'm going to begin some caffeine. And again, you can see these storms, if I actually put the loop on here. If you're in DFW, by the way, you can look off the east and see this stuff. Ignoring those random storm tracks. You can see just over the last 15 minutes how quickly that's developed. So again, we're down to one tornado warning. The tornado warning for Hopkins County has been canceled, or is expiring at 9:30. We do have these storms around areas south of Talco. Talco, you're clear. Johntown, you're clear. Bogota, you're clear. Mount Vernon, Winfield, Mount Pleasant. It is about to storm. It's not going to be pleasant. GESQ88, thank you very much for that super chat. Appreciate it. And yes, we try to keep Paris informed. A big thank you from everyone in the chat to him, please, for helping to support us here. And by the way, y'all can help support us too. Click that like button on the video. That helps. It helps us get the word out to more folks.
The National Weather Service has issued a new
about what's going on, just a
thunderstorm
magical
warning
weather
for
algorithm.
Little River, and Miller County in Arkansas, Bowie, and Cass County in Texas.
Right, that's going to be up in Texarkana. And for folks asking about tomorrow, we're going to be doing severe storm chances every day for the next week. So we'll have a video about that. Honestly, I'll probably make it before I go to bed later. When this is done around midnight or something, maybe, probably not. But we will have a risk of isolated severe storms on I-35, DFW through central Texas, the hill country. Most folks aren't getting storms tomorrow, but it's one of those situations where we have 3 or 4 storms, 1 or 2 storms. However many storms we have, they're going to have baseball to softball size hail damaging winds. Most folks aren't getting storms. So, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning around Texarkana. The potential for damaging winds of 60 miles an hour, maybe some quarter-size hail. Definitely a pretty good wind maker with this. And this is going to be moving south through Texarkana, across Boston, Leary, down through Maud, Domino, towards Queen City and Atlanta. And again, that's potential for maybe some hail up to the size of quarters. That's 1 inch in diameter. The potential for localized winds of 60, 70 miles per hour. But we are going to have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings out of all this tonight. Make no mistake about it, this map's going to light up like a yellow Christmas tree, and I don't mean because someone peed in the snow. All right. And yeah, I talk a lot. My lips get dry. Leave me alone. Hashtag caffeine fund. All right, so I did say we were going to take a look at the storm timing at 9:25. It's 9:30, so I've been a horrible host. Let's try to fix that. And here we go. And again, I'm just going to load this from 11 p.m. through 7 a.m. And ignore the warnings we have now. I'm just not clearing them off. I'll put the timestamps on, though. How about that? So if you're north of these storms, you're clear. Highway 82, except Boston to Texarkana, is clear. Bogota is clear. Cunningham is clear. Lake Creek is clear. Enloe is clear. Paris is clear. Pecan Gap is clear. Ladonia is clear. Greenville is clear. And there you go for your timeline. Now, when folks come in and ask in 30 seconds, is it going to storm in Tyler tonight? Yes, probably by midnight. We'll try to do that again in about 10 minutes. Back to the radar we go, where we'll end up. Somewhere. So again, Texarkana, you're going to storm in 10 minutes or 15. Could have some pocket change size hail, strong winds of 60. Mount Pleasant, you're getting a storm here in the next well, it's technically raining now at Mount Pleasant, but worst of the worst, a bit off to your west, the potential for maybe some pocket change size hail. That's moving southeast. These are all moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Farther west, and by the way, damaging winds over 60 miles an hour possible, heavy rain. In fact, you can see on I-30 around Mount Vernon, looks like, starting to hit. This is Mount Vernon on I-30. You can see all that wind, lightning, rain. Not a pleasant experience around Mount Vernon right now on Interstate 30. Sulphur Springs, you're going to be getting hit with storms here shortly as well. Could have some pocket change size hail, heavy rain, and copious amounts of cloud-to-ground lightning and strong winds. Melissa Pope, welcome to the club. Thanks for becoming a community member. Check this out, though. Whoa, Nelly Hail Core of Doom. Out here west of Tira, this could be a huge hail dump right now. Moving southeast towards Sulphur Springs. Highway 154, you could get tennis ball to baseball size hail between Sulphur Springs and Tira over the next 10 minutes. That storm's moving southeast.
The National Weather
Storms from Cumbie to Lone Oak to Quinlan are intensifying. They may start producing
Camp,
quarter-size hail soon.
Franklin,
In fact, I
Morris,
think
Red River,
that's
Titus,
what this is.
Upshur,
If it is,
and
I get a
County
baldy
in
point.
Texas.
It is not. It's a big warning, though. Good grief. How many stinking counties did they just put under a warning? Boy, you don't see those mega county lists much anymore. All these storms, by the way, are moving southeast at 30. A severe thunderstorm warning for, let's get our notepads out here, ladies and gentlemen. Camp County, Cass County, Franklin County, Morris County, Red River County, Titus County, Upshur County, Wood County. These used to be a lot more common, these huge lists of warnings back when they did county-based warnings over 15 years ago at this point, closer to 20. But again, let's just list off some cities and say, wee! At 9:34 p.m., severe storms are located along a line from 6 miles west of Highway 259 and Interstate 30 to 22 miles northwest of Pleasant Grove, or along a line from 11 miles south of Box Elder to 25 miles northwest of Winnsboro, moving south at 30 miles an hour. Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. Locations impacted include Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, Winnsboro, Leesburg, Hagensport, Mount Vernon, Dangerfield, Quitman, Hughes Springs, Lone Star, Omaha, Newsom, Scroggins, Pearlie, Casson, Cookville, Wilkerson, Pleasant Grove, Rocky Branch, and Jenkins. Newsom. Huh. I've heard that name before. Anywho, this is all moving south at 30 miles an hour. So, that means now we can put a mega super duper awesome blossom storm track. Kyle, thank you very much for popping on in that super chat. Appreciate it. All right. So, let's do 30. Here we go. Pittsburgh, 9:55 to 10 p.m. Dangerfield, 9:55. Lone Star by about 10:05 to 10:10. Orr City, 10:25 to 10:30. Gilmer, about 10:30 to 10:35. Winnsboro, 10 to 10:05. Quitman, 10:15 to 10:20. Yantis, 9:50 to 9:55. Emory, 9:45 to 9:50. Grand Saline, 10:10 to 10:15. Mineola, right around 10:30. Canton, if they make it that far west, about 10:25. That is your Texas Weather Roundup Storm Track. Thanks for watching. Yippee-ki-yay. If you're around Lake Tawakoni, you're probably getting electrocuted because the lightning is very unhappy. All right, so let's put this stuff back on. Ladies and gentlemen, here is what I'm going to do really quick. I wonder. We do note, ladies and gentlemen, the news is good. The tornado warnings are gone. We have no more tornado warnings, so now I get to act like a boneheaded son. I don't know what's going on. Clearly some sort of caffeine deprivation syndrome. Typically, I'd turn Facebook stream off, all that, and just stay on YouTube, but it's late at night. We'll keep it all on. I already pressed a bunch of buttons. But what I do need to do is make some caffeine at some point. So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Let's do it this way. I'm going to set this up to where I can literally just take my phone with me to the kitchen and keep talking to y'all while I get my caffeine supplies. Because I am literally that insane. Like I said, we're going to be here for quite a while tonight, so. Alright, let's do that. Let's press that. Linda, thanks for becoming a member, and welcome to the family. All right. Storms, by the way, are moving southeast, south-southeast at 30. So if you're in Tyler, Longview, Marshall, Winona, it's going to storm tonight by midnight. All right. I can't believe it. I think... I hear myself. Let's know. No. That was spooky. All right, so what we're going to do...
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Hopkins, Hunt, and Rains County in Texas.
So there we go. What I am going to do real quick is... because I want to get up and stretch. Besides, I have a magical phone to do this with now. So, folks, what I'm going to do real quick is you're going to see my beautiful paused face here. Like that. But the beauty of it is now I can actually go get my caffeine and walk around the place to get the caffeine. So, the audio might sound different, but there you go. It is 9:41 p.m. Thanks for popping on in. I'm Texas Weather Roundup's Podium-Chief David Reimer. Be very happy I don't do this and take you all into the magic restroom. But no, I'm in the kitchen. We do have a line of storms that are going to be moving south this evening across the remainder of northeast Texas and east Texas. This is going to make it down to Interstate 20 by midnight. So those of you in Marshall, Longview, Tyler, by midnight, it is going to rain and storm. Some of those storms could have localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. If you hear the air conditioner, I'm sorry. I'll be back in the office in a second and you'll get to see my beautiful face with the beautiful audio. Localized damaging winds of 60 miles an hour. Maybe some pocket change size hail, though hail right now is a bit bigger than that, along with frequent cloud to ground lightning. So yeah, we're going to be here for quite a while dealing with rowdy storms. There are no tornado warnings. Again, no tornado warnings now. The spinny, spinny, doom, doom hazard issue has mitigated itself for now. But we are going to be dealing with storms well into the evening. So if you're in places like Tyler, yes, it's going to storm tonight. And when I come back into the office in just a second, I will indeed show you that model data again so you have a timeline. But right now, we definitely have quite a bit of rowdy thunderstorms moving towards Emory, Quitman, Winsboro, Pittsburgh, Mount Pleasant, Texarkana, with the storms showing the strongest hail cores right now on the western edge of that. So Emory up to Sulphur Springs, you've got a pretty nasty section of hail. Could be golf ball size or larger, moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour. And, storms around Texarkana, not as much of a hail threat, but you definitely have a lot of heavy rain, small hail, and dangerous cloud to ground lightning. And that's going to be the main issue going into tonight. Lightning, heavy rain, a risk of hail, and yes, strong winds. And we're going to be here for quite a while to keep you updated on that because, well, that's what we do here. As I walk my happy self back to the office of life, I have caffeine, I have a snack, I have people taking screenshots of my frozen face. And guess what? Now I'm going to unfreeze. All right. Here we go. I'm back. And we'll switch off this and back to the audio of life. And there you go. I'm not truthfully knowing how well that worked. I actually have some really good DJI mic I could have put on for that, but I really didn't want to. So thank you for that. Brief lull. And Melissa, thank you very much for that super chat. Appreciate it. And yeah, we're here for you. You know, we try to cover all 254 counties of Texas. And, you know, these are not tornadic. And, you know, some folks would be like, oh, I'm going to bed in the weather streaming department. But you know what? I know the weather is scary. I'm trying to do my best to help keep y'all informed. So, as promised, let's go ahead. We're going to pop off this. I'm going to pop on the super duper awesome blossom rapid refresh radar. I'm going to blow my voice out doing that, honestly. You can already tell it's getting scratchy. We're going to load this through 7 a.m. and we'll show you the timeline. And again, here you go. So yeah, Longview, Tyler, Marshall, it is going to storm over the next 2 hours. And then some of those storms will continue south into East Texas overnight. Now, not all of these storms are going to have big, bad, very mad hail. Not all of these storms are going to be producing significant severe weather. But we're still going to be here for quite a while. All right. Let's go back to the radar. I do want to take a look at this. I don't like this signature near Mount Vernon right now. And we note the tech stock camera we were watching has gone bye-bye in Mount Vernon. So what we're seeing is a little bit of rotation here again. Let me switch over. And you're going to see it. Here you go. You know, I don't like that. That is a more classic look of a situation trying to develop near Mount Vernon. That's going to be an inflow notch here. And the which way the wind's blowing mode, it's pretty spooky. So again, those of you near Mount Vernon to Winfield, I know we just said the tornado warnings were gone, but I think we're probably about to get a new one. And this one's rightfully so. This one definitely looks the part. So this is going to be riding down Highway 21 towards eventually Highway 11 and maybe Pittsburgh. So I think we're probably going to get a tornado warning here again, south of Winfield, northwest of Pittsburgh, towards Rocky Mount. So if y'all are out here, I'd go ahead and start taking your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, I think we are going to get a tornado warning here pretty quick. I don't like the way that's looking. That's got to look. So again, those of you southeast of Mount Vernon, west of Mount Pleasant, moving south towards Newsom, Rocky Mount. Maybe it's just because it's named Newsom. I don't know. Pittsburgh, Winfield, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. There's not a tornado warning right now, but yeah, I think you're probably going to get one. So go ahead and start moving to that safe place. That's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, there comes that tornado warning. So yippity-doo-dah, yippity-yay, it's time to say, man, that would have been great if it had actually gone.
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Camp, Franklin, Titus, and Upshur County in Texas.
Is it really? No, it's not. All right, so this is going to be a tornado warning that does include Pittsburgh, Rocky Mount, Newsom, Winfield, all the way down to near Betty. This is a tornado warning. So it's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between your behind and the outside as possible. In terms of what we could be dealing with here, the potential now for a tornado, along with large hail and damaging straight line winds. So we need folks from southwest of Winfield to Rocky Mount, Newsom, Pittsburgh. Be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Now, something different about this than we were dealing with earlier. When we were up near Paris and had those tornado warnings, I told you we were looking around 11 to 13,000 feet above the ground. Here, we're looking around 6,000 to 6,500. That's still high, but it's a heck of a lot better than 12,000. So, with this, we are going to be dealing with the potential of a spin-up tornado. So, there's your inflow notch there, just southwest of Winfield, crossing over Interstate 30. Here's your which way the wind's blowing mode. Looking at this, you've got colors in the pink moving away from the radar. That's going to be inflow into this at about 65 miles an hour. We've got winds coming around the backside of the circulation about 50, so it's a broad area, but it's still certainly strong and well over 100 miles an hour. So, at a minimum, damaging straight-line winds, possibly a tornado. Now, people ask, well, Mr. Baldy Man, is it a strong tornado? I don't know if it's a strong tornado if there's a tornado. I mean, any tornado coming down your street is going to be strong if it hits your house, let's tell you that. But in terms of a, no, I don't have any guesstimate on that. I'm not going to play that game at 10 p.m. at night. But I will say this is definitely a signature of some damaging winds and or a spinny doom. And yeah, I can try to get some roads on here. If I need to, I can pull it up on the iPad. In fact, let me do that real quick. Let's do this. It's a little easier to see on this. I'm at least able to tell you. It's FM 21, 127. It's going to ride 21 down towards Highway 11. This includes FM 3007, 2723, 3122. 1519, it's going to move towards Rocky Mound, probably a little west of Pittsburgh. It'll cross over 11. After that, it'll be moving across 1519 down towards 2454 and 556. Now, let me see if we can actually get that on here with some larger names. Real quick, but again, when we start dealing with this, we have to triage, which is why I'm focusing on the tornado warning. We have plenty of severe warnings, and for folks wondering where you can, send pictures, videos, you could send by email to contact@texasstormchasers.com. If you're on Facebook, you can post them to the Texas Storm Chasers Community Facebook group. Anywhere else on social media, you can, just tag us, Texas Storm Chasers or TX Storm Chasers. It's one of the two. So again, this is going to be crossing over right now. This is crossing over 21. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. And I'll say, this is a broad area of rotation now, a little less potent than it was, but that hook is wrapping around a bit, moving southeast. So it's crossing over FM 21 now. It'll be moving down 21 towards Highway 11. Rocky Mound, Pittsburgh, southwest of Mount Pleasant. This is already south of Mount Vernon and Winfield. It's storming and pouring and hailing in those communities, but it is definitely not spinning there. Now, quickly, here's the view out of Texarkana. As a severe storm moves through the city of Texarkana, you can see those rain sheets moving across the interstate, slowing traffic. You can see the raindrops and the rain bands, actually, moving from right to left as a severe storm with winds up to 60 miles an hour moves through the city of Texarkana. Maybe some pocket change size hail. Back to the radar, severe storm Texarkana. Back into these areas. Again, tornado warning now. Winfield, it is nasty sauce here right now. You've got hail. Could be some real big hail right now. Winfield to Mount Vernon, the potential of a spin-up tornado now. A couple miles south of Interstate 30, near Highway 21, riding 21 down towards Highway 11. This is going to be near, if I had to guess, County Road 3007, near Highway 21. Again, we got a lot of wind back here. I can tell you now the which way the wind's blowing, but a lot of straight line winds showing up over 60 miles an hour towards King Lake Road, King Chester Court, King Richard Road. What the heck? You guys have your own kingdom out here? Where's my invite? I want King Baldy Road. But anyway, y'all are getting blown halfway to Tyler at this point with some very strong winds. Could be over 60 to 70 miles an hour on the west side of the storm. And if it makes you feel better, it won't, but it's going to hail after that. So all this is going to move southeast. We have storms from Sulphur Springs to Como to Yantis, Emery, Point. Those have the potential to produce hail, quarter size, maybe golf ball in spots. Moving southeast at about 35, we have storms that'll eventually make it to Quitman. Those of you on I-20, Tyler, Longview, Marshall, it's going to storm in the next 2 hours. We've got hail in Winfield. This storm's going to be moving off southeast. Again, this is a circulation capable of producing damaging straight-line winds and maybe a quick spin-up tornado, though I think, honestly, it'd be pretty difficult to find the tornado damage outside of the damaging straight-line winds. If you're in a sturdy site-built structure in Pittsburgh, Rocky Mountain, please move to your safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want you to be in a manufactured home, a mobile home, or a trailer or vehicle, especially an RV. High-profile vehicle. As this activity moves southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Well, 25 to 35. So, Pittsburgh, guess what? Tornado warning. That means it's time to go to your safe place. Rocky Mountain, same thing to you. You can see the latest scan just came on in, and yippee-ki-yay, it's time to say, what does the wind look like? Hey, I'm sorry, sometimes it just gets rhymey and I can't stop it. You can see the very nasty winds on the back side of the circulation over the Chester of people land out here, over Kings. Cindy, welcome to the club. Thanks for becoming a community member. You can see whenever this thing actually lets me press buttons again, which it may never because it hates me. Come on, thing. Let's go. I got stuff to do. Here we go. You can see this is showing winds over 70 miles an hour. This would be on the backside of the circulation, straight line winds. So we definitely have a lot of wind coming out this thunderstorm. Spinny, doom, or straight line winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour are really going to mess up your day. So either way, you know what? If you're in Rocky Mound, west of Rocky Mound, out towards the river, lake area, I'll be honest, I don't know what's right there. There's a lot of real estate to cover. So what I'm going to do is open my magical maps and look, because I actually want to give y'all some good information. So it's west of Pittsburgh. Oh, what a beautiful lake. Lake Bob Sandlin. Okay, so yeah, Lake Bob Sandlin is not a good place to be outside right now. It's not a good idea to be in a cabin. You want to get away from windows. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Why that's not labeled on this map, I don't know. But it is a 10-year-old program now. Wow. So, again, those of you in Mount Vernon to Winfield, the tornado threat is south of you already. You're getting the hail. You're getting the wind. Boy, that is a nasty circulation. But the rotation is south of you over Lake Bob Sandlin and Lake Cypress Springs near Blodgett. It's going to be moving southeast towards Leesburg, Dogwood, Rocky Mound, staying west of Harvard. But again, boy, I really hope we don't have people out on RVs in this right now. That's not a good omen with this wind. But again, these are all going to keep moving southeast at 30. But if you know anyone out near Rocky Mound, Pittsburgh, they need to be in shelter, and they need to be in a sturdy site-built structure. That does not include RVs, cabins, or vehicles, or mobile homes. And again, the wind velocity component is increasing with this. So we could have a spin-up tornado. We could have damaging straight-line winds over 80 miles an hour. Either way, this is not a good place to be right now near Bob Sandlin Lake or Lake Cypress Springs. So this is going to be moving towards Dogwood, Leesburg, Rocky Mound. You can see there's the latest scan. And again, this is actually a pretty good area of rotation now. The rotation component is increasing. So again, damaging straight line winds, could be a tornado. Either one is really going to ruin your day out here. And I am really concerned we're going to have damage out here around Lake Bob Sandlin, Blodgett, and Lake Cypress Springs. And I know we probably have people out in RVs. And that just really worries me, because this is the kind of weather that could really roll those. And I want folks to be safe. So, you know, it's a little worrisome when you see that and you realize, uh-oh. And yeah, this is not something you need to be in an RV. RVs and 80-mile-an-hour winds broadside will really mess you up, tornado or not. So this is going to keep moving southeast from Lake Bob Sandlin across Highway 11 near Leesburg. After that, it's going to keep moving southeast towards Betty. And eventually, this could end up near Gilmer. But for now, I'll tell you what, a big surge of wind coming out of this thing over Lake Bob Sandlin, approaching Dogwood and Leesburg as it moves southeast. And again, winds over 80 miles an hour possible. Blodgett, thank you. So heads up. Be safe. Alright, quickly. All this is going to keep moving southeast. Let me press some buttons here so we have a good loop so y'all can at least see what all this is doing. Storms go all the way back southwest. Como, Yantis, Emory. Those storms had the potential of hail and winds over 60 miles an hour. Farther northeast, Naples, Maud, Texarkana. Pocket change size hail. Maybe some wind gusts over 60 miles an hour possible. There are no other storms in Texas right now. A supercell out by its lonesome northeast of Shreveport in Louisiana, moving away from Texas. That qualifies as a not our problem situation. These storms will make it to Tyler, will make it to Kilgore, will make it to Longview, will make it to Marshall, Jefferson, Gilmer, Ore City, Avenger, Linden, Mineola, Quitman over the next hour to hour and a half. There are no other storms in Texas. No, I cannot conjure up a storm to hit your ex's house. I'm sorry, I don't have that magical power. What I do have is a concern that we have some nasty wind damage ongoing now, approaching Dogwood, coming off Lake Bob Sandlin. This is going to be west of Pittsburgh, east of Winsboro, approaching Leesburg and Dogwood on Highway 11. We have a lot of wind showing up right now with this. A very copiously unpleasant amount of wind. Yes, it is rotating. Yes, there could be a tornado. It could just be a very strong surge of winds over 80 miles an hour. Either way, this is a dangerous storm with the potential of a tornado as it moves southeast towards Newsom, towards Leesburg, Dogwood, Rocky Mound. After that, it's going to be making its happy self down. Eventually, staying west of Pittsburgh, it's going to cross 556 towards 2088. Mount Vernon, you're going to be done with this soon. You're calming down. Mount Pleasant, you're fine in terms of tornado issues. You're already done with the worst. And again, all these other storms, by the way, hail and damaging winds and lightning. But we're having to focus on this. And again, this has a lot of wind component with it now, which is not good. Sounds like we probably had some issues with this near I-30. We lost the TxDOT camera near Mount Vernon. Looks like we might have tractor trailers just based on Waze reports out here and Google Map reports. It looks like we may have some tractor trailers flipped on I-30 near Mount Vernon. So this thing packed wind when it crossed the interstate, and it likely has continued all the way south across Lake Cypress Springs and Lake Bob Sandlin. So I hope folks out here are safe. But a lot of nasty wind with this right now, and maybe a possible tornado. Still a lot of rotation and a lot of wind energy with this. And to be clear, we don't have a confirmation of a tornado with this, but we do have confirmation this did produce wind damage near Mount Vernon. So we've got wind. Fort Worth is fine. Dallas is fine. DFW is good for the night. Watch for storms tomorrow afternoon and evening. Rocky Mount to Newsom. Leesburg to Dogwood. You are currently getting it. Pittsburgh, this is going to stay west of you. Notice how that velocity is starting to become what we call gate to gate, the red touching the green. We might have something trying to tickle the ground here in the spinny, spinny, doom, doom department, but we got a lot of wind. You need to be in a sturdy site-built structure, but if you're on 11, it's already too late to go anywhere. But lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and stay safe. This activity will make it to I-20 by midnight. What is it now, 10? Might be before midnight, honestly. Damaging winds, hail, and yes, I guess we're still doing the nonsense with this. Storms, Naples, Maud, Texarkana, damaging winds, maybe some very small hail, heavy rain. Again, I'll show you a different view of this real quick. Off my iPad, you can see a lot of wind energy here. Coming off Lake Bob Sandlin. Dogwood, Leesburg. That's a lot of wind energy. You may not be able to see that icon, but that's winds over 50 to 60. Which way the wind's blowing mode. Here's a different idea, and guess what? You can see that area of circulation coming off the lake. Red touching the green. Area of concentrated rotation trying to get itself together here. Worst of it should be a bit west of Lake Bob Sandlin, I'm hoping. Y'all probably still got some good wind, though. Otherwise, main line of storms here, by the way, large hail. Some of these, especially the stronger ones, might have golf ball size hail. Winds over 60 miles an hour. Though in this tornado warning west of Pittsburgh, we could have winds to 80. It's all going to keep moving southeast at about... Let me see what they've got it at. They had it at 30 before. So let's do this. Put a storm track on this whole line. I'm going to do 35, just to be safe. So, if this is right, and maybe it's a bit fast, but that's okay. Gilmer, 1030 to 1034. Ore City, 1030 to 1035. Lindale, 1035 to 1040. Mineola, 1020 to 1025. Canton, about 1030. Van, 1030 to 1040. City of Tyler, about 11 p.m. Winona, 1050 to 1055. Liberty City, 1105 to 1110. Longview, about 1105 to 1110. Jefferson, about 1055. Hawkins, about 1040. So there's some of the latest timelines. Back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, let's make sure we don't have any debris signatures here. I'm not seeing any that would be coinciding with the hook or damaging winds. We definitely have a circulation here near Highway 11. Probably near Leesburg, maybe a little west. West of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's about to get the hail. A lot of wind energy with this. And thank you, everyone, for your reports. Please stay safe. And thank you to everyone who's watching. Really, it's an honor to be able to do this for y'all. This storm is going to keep moving southeast at 30 to 35 miles an hour. Now, tornado threat tonight remains low. We're not going to be doing this whole nonsensical, everyone's getting a tornado thing. But, clearly, we still have enough oomph to be dealing with some of this.
Texas local storm report from Emory in Rains County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by broadcast media.
You can see we do continue to deal with warnings out here. Emory, East Tawakoni, and Point. This storm out here now has the potential of tennis ball size hail. Tennis ball size hail possible near Emory. That's going to be moving southeast towards Alba and eventually Mineola. Western storm here again, the potential for tennis ball size hail. Tornado threat continues. Damaging wind threat as well. Southwest of Pittsburgh. This is going to be moving off to the southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Here's what it looks like on the how hard it's raining mode. You can see your inflow notch here. Very near Rocky Mound. A little east of Leesburg. Moving off to the southeast. On the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see here is what that looks like. Colors in the red, that's going to be your winds moving into this storm. About 50 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about 60. So we have a pretty strong area of spin here. And quite a bit of rotation along with straight line winds. So with that, we need folks southwest of Pittsburgh all the way down towards Betty on Highway 271. Be in a safe place. We don't want you in a travel trailer or a mobile home. We want you to be safe as this storm continues to throw a temper tantrum as it moves southeast. This could easily be a situation where we don't have a tornado, but we have a lot of straight line winds. And to be honest with you, it doesn't matter. It could be a tornado, it could be straight line winds. If they're both blowing at 80 to 100 miles an hour, it is really going to mess up your day, and you're not going to care if it was a tight little area of spinny, doom, doom, or if it was a big
Texas
old windbag blowing stuff halfway across the county.
Texas.
So please be in a safe place.
Hail magnitude
and that is, again, the
inches.
lowest floor, center room, away from
radio.
Windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And I'll be honest, I think it's intensifying. I think this thing's actually getting stronger right now. Let me get rid of this. Let me press some more buttons. What time is this coming? Let me see. That was 10:12. That was 10:12. What is that? Yeah, I think this thing's a little stronger than it was. We're seeing a lot of wind energy with this right now. So we continue to see a considerable amount of oomph with this. Now, there's that hook. You can see that's trying to wrap around a bit. That's called the rear flank downdraft. That's going to bring winds on the bottom of the thunderstorm as it moves south. The potential is increasing for a tornado. I say again, this storm does have an increasing potential of not only producing significant damaging winds, but a tornado, both of which are a problem. So, we're probably going to see a new tornado warning issued. This is going to be moving towards Pine. JMS, thank you for that super chat. Pine, you need to be in a safe place. Those at the Lavender Mermaid Farm, be in a safe place. Eventually, Betty and Delrose, you are going to need to be in a safe place. Again, you can see that nasty little hook trying to wrap around on the which way the wind's blowing mode. That's pretty potent area of circulation. I did not necessarily expect to see that this late in the evening, but Mama Nature's throwing a temper tantrum, and we're just trying to keep up with it. So again, those of you in the area southwest of Pittsburgh to Pine to Betty, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We'll see what the latest radar scan shows as this comes in. We're getting that latest radar scan now, and that'll help us out to see what it's doing. But again, that is a pretty concise area of rotation over a couple miles. So, you know, it could be stronger. It could be more gate-to-gate, but a lot of wind energy right now. Let's go back over to the how hard it's raining mode. And that hook, if I were to loop it, I'm willing to bet you're going to see that wrapping back up into the thunderstorm. And you kind of are. So that little nudge, if you want to call it that, or your hook echo, southwest of Pittsburgh, moving southeast. This is making a beeline towards Betty, and if it continues, this is going to make it into the city of Gilmer, probably by 10:45. So those of you on 271 all the way from Gilmer up to Delrose, Betty, start getting ready to move to your safe place. Even if this does not have a tornado with it, it definitely has the potential to produce a lot of wind damage. We could start knocking a lot of trees down, power outages, and we don't want stuff falling on your house and you being injured. So that's why we want you to be in a safe place. And again, that's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Gilmer, if you're in a trailer, a mobile home, Gilmer, you need to go ahead and move now to a sturdy site-built structure. A gas station, a friend's place, a hotel, restaurant, whatever you want it to be, but that's where you need to go. And then eventually, yes, this storm and this whole complex will make it to I-20. So places like Van, Tyler, Lindale, Kilgore, Longview, Marshall, it is going to storm in the next hour to hour and 20 minutes. And yes, these storms still pack a punch. Some of them are dropping golf ball size hail. Some of them are making 70-mile-an-hour winds. And then you have this annoying little storm southwest of Pittsburgh trying to do 80-mile-an-hour winds, if not worse, and a little bit of spinny doom mischief. So we want you to be in a safe place. Mount Pleasant, you're clear. Mount Vernon, you're clear. Sulphur Springs, you're clear. Naples, Omaha, Bassett, Sims, Texarkana, you are clear for the night. Adios, Omaha, Peter Zane. Enjoy the sleep I'm not going to get. Those of you southwest of Pittsburgh, again, be in a safe place as this moves south. Now, good news is, over the last scan or two, that rotation started to come down a little bit. We still have a lot of wind energy here. Still definitely have the potential for wind damage and even a tornado. But the fact it's starting to look a little less potent is always good. So we'll see, right? We haven't had any recent reports of damage. I haven't heard anything from up on Lake Bob Sandlin or Lake Cypress Springs yet. We do have damage up near Mount Vernon on I-30. Heard a couple issues that include flipped 18-wheelers from wind. That might have just been the crosswind from some of these nasty straight-line winds. All right, so it is 10:20. I promised, let's do another timing update here. They haven't updated this speed in a while. What are we at? 35, 25 to 35. All right, so let's do this. Let me get y'all a timeline again for a speed. And I might be a little early with this. I'd rather be early than late. So again, Canton, if this storm near Emory, I think it's going to stay north of Canton, at least for now. It's moving more south-southeast. Gilmer, probably, I don't like that. Yeah, Gilmer, I'd say you're probably going to have this storm in town by 10:45.
Texas
Avenger,
local storm report from Emory in Rains County,
to Hughes
Texas.
Springs, I mean, it's riding down
Hail
that
magnitude
y'all's
measured
way now, maybe
1.75
50, 55 mile an hour winds.
reported by amateur radio.
And then once these storms make it to your or make it south of you, you're done. So Sulphur Springs, Greenville, I-30, really? I-30 and north is done. I-20 from Canton, stand by, new tornado warning.
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Camp and Upshur County in Texas.
All right, this is going to be an extension, and this tornado warning now does include the city of Gilmer. So let's go ahead and talk about who's in and who's out. If you are in Gilmer, Pritchett, Glenwood, Diana, Betty, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. You are now under a tornado warning. That means lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and a sturdy site-built structure. We don't want folks in mobile homes. We don't want folks to be in vehicles or travel trailers. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds and perhaps a rain-wrapped tornado. I'll go ahead and read it directly from the National Weather Service. At 10:20 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located 6 miles south of Pittsburgh. So in that little hook echo. Moving southeast down Highway 271 at 35 miles an hour. This tornado warning again includes Gilmer, Gladewater, Pittsburgh, East Mountain, West Mountain, Diana, Union Grove, Midway, and Betty. So again, those of you in the city of Gilmer, you've been watching for a while. It's time to go ahead and start moving to your safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy. If not, it's okie dokie. Just go ahead and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, we'll get you through this okay. That's why we're here. Rotation is not as impressive as it was a bit earlier, but we still have plenty of wind energy in this storm and definitely can't rule out a spin-up tornado. I want to be clear. Many of you saw the footage yesterday out of Oklahoma of those tornadoes. Those were big, bad, very mad EF3, EF4 plus tornadoes. I don't think that's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with tornadoes that definitely can damage things, knock trees down on things galore. I don't think this is the kind of a thing where you're going to see most homes swept away. So I want to make that clear. So, in that regard, sturdy structure, lowest floor, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and guess what? It's going to be okay. We'll get you through this. We definitely don't want folks in mobile homes, travel trailers, vehicles, or RVs. We want you to be in a safe place, regardless of if this produces, 70-mile straight-line winds or a 70-mile-an-hour tornado wind. Guess what? We want you to be safe, and we want you to be in a position to where you're not going to end up having a tree fall on you or a tree fall in your room or something like that. We just don't want glass breaking and whatnot. We want you to be in a safe place. And with that, we're here for you. So, again, those of you in Betty, it's heading your way. Betty and Delrose in the next probably 10 minutes. After that, this is going to ride down 271 into the city of Gilmer probably by 10:45. After that, it's going to move down towards Glenwood, West and East Mountain, Union Grove, and then shortly thereafter, if it continues, and it will continue, not necessarily tornadic, but it will continue moving southeast. At about
the National Weather Service has issued a new severe
35
thunderstorm
miles an
warning
hour.
for
Smith and Wood County in Texas.
Huh. Well, thank you to Patrick, who just sent us a photo of hail larger than the size of a baseball out of Emory. Thank you for that. All right. So let's keep going here. So again, we have a tornado warning for this storm near Betty, riding down 271 towards Gilmer. After that, the storm, for what it's worth, is probably going to make it into Longview by about 11:30 to 11:45 this evening. Not saying it's going to be a tornado, but... So again, folks, we got a line of storms here, mostly with some strong winds, 50, 60, sometimes 70 miles an hour. This storm near Emory apparently is dropping baseball-size hail out here. This western storm, we just retweeted the picture. That was a measured hailstone of 3 inches. That was a very good measurement. And we're watching things carefully. Now, let's do this. For those weather weenies who might be watching and using an app of their own, let me show you something that's probably going to freak some of you out. On the debris tracker mode here, you see this blue donut surrounded by a sea of red. Well, a lot of people would assume, uh-oh, there's a tornado down lofting debris. It's not in conjunction with a velocity couplet, and more importantly, reflectivity-wise, it's in a devoid area of precipitation, a very low reflectivity area. So that's one of those traps. That's one of those little gotcha signatures there. That's not a valid tornado debris signature. So I just wanted to throw that out there because it did look pretty spooky, I'll give it that. But again, you always got to mind those. The area of rotation is still a couple miles back north. And again, we are still seeing a pretty good surge of wind here of 60, 70, even 80 miles an hour. Right now, very near Betty. That's going to be riding down Highway 271 from Betty to Delrose over the next 5 to 8 minutes, and then down into Gilmer. So again, Betty, Gilmer, being a safe place. That's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. As many walls between you and the outside as possible in a sturdy site-built structure. Okie dokie. Want you to be safe. And all these other storms continue to move southeast about 35 miles an hour. I'm not ignoring y'all, by the way. We're just doing triage here. We have to focus on the most intense storms, and that's the one moving towards Gilmer with tornado warning. Now, let me do a little work over here real quick. I'm going to get some cameras updated, start showing y'all some views. You can see that new severe warning towards Lindale. Alright. So again, those of you in Gilmer, we'd like you to please be in a safe place as some damaging winds move southeast. Again, this is not a situation where we've had confirmed reports of tornadoes. We've had quite a bit of damaging winds with these storms, all the way back to Lake Bob Stanland and Mount Vernon. What I'm just doing right now is I'm getting some cameras set up so we can watch these storms as they start rolling in across Interstate 20. All right. And we'll get this one set up. And then we'll be good to go. All right. There we go. We've got some new cameras on I-20 from Lindale to Tyler to Longview as this activity starts moving southeast. We've got quite a while to deal with, though, but my goodness. That hail's just getting worse. That's almost 4 inches in diameter. Sweet mama mercy out of Emory. So let's get back to it. Again, this storm near Emory is dropping huge hail right now. 3 inches in diameter, just south of town. That's just nasty. And that's moving towards Alba. Now, the hail size isn't going to necessarily stay that big, but back near Grand Saline, that's just nasty sauce. Heading y'all's way, Mineola, etc. Equipment, you're just getting rain, honestly. Not too much issue with that right now. Farther east, we do have the tornado warning. It's going to be near Betty right now. Riding down Highway 271 towards Gilmer. Gilmer, you've got damaging winds, maybe a rain-wrapped tornado, heading southeast down 271 towards town. It'll be in town by 10:40, so we need folks in Gilmer to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes if you got them handy. If not, it's okay. Just go ahead and get into shelter and you'll be good to go. After that, Gladewater, Union Grove, East Mountain, this storm's going to be heading your way. I don't think it's necessarily still going to be producing tornadoes. But let me show you what we have going on out of Emory. This is the photo out of Emory I was just talking about. This is hail from Pat J. Bruce on X, kind enough to let us use this photo to show y'all what has happened in the last 10 minutes. Again, that is a huge hailstone, over 3 inches in diameter. Look at how large that is. Look at the one on the right. I mean, good gravy. These are giant hailstones, over 3 inches in diameter, out on that western storm in Emory. So again, that is huge hail. That's larger than the size of a baseball. That's almost softball size out near Emory. So again, thank you to Pat J. Bruce on X, for giving us permission to use that photo on air and help show y'all a visual of what's going on. And, you know, we love being able to show y'all what has happened. We don't enjoy the damage. Not at all. We don't enjoy that, but at least it gives y'all a better idea of what's going on versus me talking about a bucket of spilled paint, right? I get it. I do. I really do. All right, so Gilmer, you can see that storm still riding down 271. Big, bad, very mad. A lot of wind with it. Potential for quite a bit of hail. Back over to which way the wind's blowing, and you can see a pretty good surge of wind. Still about to cross over Highway 155 near Gilmer. This doesn't look as tornadic. It looks like a lot of straight line wind right now. But, you know, maybe a spin-up tornado. But say no. Big, bad, very mad straight line winds or a tornado, both are going to ruin your day. And the radar is showing winds approaching 70 to 80 miles an hour just northeast of Gilmer, about to cross over 2263 and Highway 155. So heads up to y'all. And we are going to be dealing with storms every day for the next week. Most folks are not going to be getting hit with a storm any one day, though. We'll talk about that tomorrow. We're going to focus on what's going on right now. If you want your forecast for the next few days, I just put in chat. Download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, and you can get your local weather forecast. It uses National Weather Service data, so it's really good. No matter where you are in the country, it'll tell you your chance of storms. You can pull up tabs, see your severe weather risk. You can watch our live streams in the app. We have interactive
The National
radars,
Weather Service has issued a new severe
So this is a tornado warning
for
that continues
Camp,
until,
Cass, Gregg,
I'll be
Harrison,
honest, I forgot,
Marion,
so let's try
Morris,
that again.
Smith, Upshur, and Wood County
As
in
a new
Texas.
warning comes out. All right. So this is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. This will include places like Winona, Liberty City, Longview, Gladewater, Jefferson, Harleton, Diana, Spring Hill, Glenwood, Lassiter, Berea, the potential for damaging winds of 60 miles an hour, and
the National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Hunt, Rains, and Van Zandt County in Texas.
large pocket change size hail, around quarters to $50. Back west, severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail with this storm near Emory that has a history of producing baseball size hail. Back towards Tawakoni Lake, all moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour. I am going to be busy for days, but you know what? It's why I'm here. Really is. Appreciate y'all taking the time out of your day to join me with it. I really do. Thank you. All right, so DFW, there's no issues tonight. Go to bed. Gilmer, this thing's starting to look a little mean again, especially just northeast of Gilmer. Starting to see a little circulation spin up, a little more evident again as it crosses 155. Not that far northeast of Gilmer. Gilmer, you're still getting strong winds. They might be a little worse northeast of town, though. Circulation about maybe 5 miles northeast of town on 155, approaching 2796 west of Ore City. It's going to be moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour. So again, those of you in Gilmer, it's starting to hit now, the wind, the heavy rain. The worst of the winds might be a bit northeast of town. And again, we don't have confirmed reports of a tornado with this. We definitely have heavy rain, lightning, maybe some pocket change size hail, a whole lot of heavy rain. And yeah, there is some spin with this. So wind damage, spin up tornado, honestly in this case, more than one the same. And so, you know what, Gilmer, you're looking better right now, still be in a shelter, but the worst is a bit northeast of town. And this line of storms will continue moving southeast, by the way. So Tyler, Longview, Marshall, you're all getting storms in the next hour, with some of those storms having winds over 60 miles an hour, which can knock down trees, power outages, a lot of loud rain, and maybe some hail. Texarkana, you're clear. Atlanta, Linden to Atlanta. These storms from Linden to Atlanta, they're not severe. They're just loud with lightning, maybe 40-mile-an-hour winds, and heavy rain. They're not severe. So Domino, Atlanta, Queen City, Douglasville, Marietta, Naples, you're fine. You're done. You're good. Merry Christmas. Enjoy the rain. Storms further southwest are being more attitude-y. You can see an update to that tornado warning now around Gilmer. 10:39 p.m. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located near Gilmer, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. So it's going to be eventually making it a Longview. As a tornadic storm, hopefully not, but one with heavy rain, yes. So Diana's in the tornado warning. This storm will be approaching Diana in the next 10 minutes. Strong winds, heavy rain, maybe some hail. Gilmer, worst is going to be about 5 miles northeast of town, crossing over 155 right now. It's going to make its way towards probably 154, a wee bit west of Diana. If you're in the city of Gilmer right now, it's pouring. Boy, sorry for the hiccups. It's pouring, it's storming. You have heavy rain. Stay in shelter. I'd give it another 10 minutes and you should be okay in Gilmer. We don't have any confirmation of anything down right now in terms of a tornado, but it's also 11 p.m. at night, so it's very difficult for you to see, especially with the trees in the terrain. Very dangerous chase area during the day. At night, no-no zone. We don't have any tornado debris signatures, though. That's good. We don't have any indications from the radar we have stuff being lofted. And the latest velocity scan does indicate more of a straight line wind signature again. So again, whether we're dealing with 60, 70, 80 mile an hour straight line winds or a 70, 80 mile an hour tornado, look, it's going to mess up your day if it hits you. It's the safest thing to say. So let's see if we can't get you an updated timeline. And let me give some folks a clear. Pittsburgh, you're clear. Winsboro, you're clear. Ingerfield, you're clear. Lone Star, it's storming, it's pouring. But the worst is past you. You're clear. Betty, give me 5 minutes and you'll be clear. Although, really, it's mostly southeast of you now in Betty. Places like Pittsburgh, Dogwood, Lake Bob Sandlin, Lake Cypress Springs, you're clear. And as for Sunday, it better not rain in Fort Worth on Sunday, because if it does, it's probably going to also have softball-size hail. Same tomorrow. And thank you, everyone, in the chats helping us spread information, answer questions, etc. Really appreciate it. We're all in this together. Yeah. I mean, if these storms north of Cannes keep moving south, they're definitely going to mess you up. Again, Gilmer, you're in the worst of it right now. The worst of the wind is about to exit Gilmer. So, Gilmer, give it until 10:50, and you could come out of shelter and go to bed. Longview, the storms are going to be in Longview by probably 11:30. Let me put a storm track on this. Go for it, Bob. Sorry, protein bar. Try to get some of this grunge out of my throat. Alright, the videos of me is frozen. That's just because, well, I'm finishing chewing that up and don't want you to have to see it. Longview. Probably about 11:05 to 11:15. Marshall about 11:20 to 11:30. Nesbitt about 11:10 to 11:15. Jefferson about 11 to 11:05. Liberty City about 11:05 to 11:10. Gladewater probably by 11. Winona probably by about 11. Lindale. These storms are moving a little more east-southeast, so Lindale, it's probably going to be closer to 11:15, 11:30. City of Tyler, 11:10 to 11:30, because these storms up north are kind of moving more east than southeast. So, if that's the case, they're going to keep on making life difficult. So, Gilmer, you can come out of your shelter, I think. Gilmer, I think you're okay. You've got strong winds, you've got heavy rain, and maybe some hail in Gilmer, but the rotation, there's not much of it left. There's a lot of wind with it, though, and most of it's showing southeast of town. Now, back here in DFW, there is no storms at DFW right now. This is all ground clutter. Y'all in DFW are looking east. You're seeing the amazing lightning show from this activity. These storms are 60,000 feet tall and an environment that is going nuts with lightning. So enjoy the lightning show. If you got kids, you want them to go look, it might be worth peeking out a window because that's really an amazing lightning show. All right, so let's talk again. We put the radar back on. This tornado warning continues until 11 p.m. out here for Glenwood, Diana, East Mountain. Rotation looks less organized than it did earlier. We still have a lot of wind, plenty of hail. This thing's got a good hail core with it still. Heavy rain. Moving southeast at 30. Not bad. You're what? So, we're here. The best answer I can give y'all, if you're wondering, is it going to storm on I-20 in East Texas? Yes, in the next hour. What? Hail, damaging winds, lightning. Oh, a lot of lightning and heavy rain. Tornado threat remains very low. Now, I know we have a tornado warning southeast of Gilmer. Yes, the tornado threat's not zero. We've got strong winds. We have heavy rain. Overall, most of the storms are weaker than they were when they were on the Red River, but we still have a few that are being rambunctious. We've got this one near Emory that dropped 3.5-inch hail that we were able to show you here on stream a bit earlier. We have the storm near Ore City to East Mound that could have golf ball size hail, winds of 70+ miles an hour, moving southeast. And all these have a history of causing wind damage all the way back up to pretty much the Red River. We probably got a lot of trees down and power outages. And a lot of rain. It's going to be loud rain. It's going to have that wind-driven rain against your windows. But again, it is going to storm. It is going to rain. So let me quickly, while we have a minute, stop making fun of me, or I'm going to put a camera on you. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for this evening overnight. Give you all a bit of a timeline estimate here. And let us see. And what we're going to do is I'm going to load it from that. I'm going to load it from that. I'm going to turn these lights down. It may make me look a little more opaque, but, well, too bad. Here you can see the high-res rapid refresh model tends to weaken storms once they're south of Interstate 20. It's a little late with the storm, late with the storm timing. It's not a surprise. The storms are moving a little more quickly, but as they do so, guess what? Maybe they'll weaken, and then maybe yours truly will get to go night. Probably not. At this point, I'm probably going to be up for the 1 a.m. severe weather outlook and just make a video ahead of time to talk about the risk for the upcoming days. Real quick, just because I said I wouldn't do it, but now I will. Yes, we do have a risk to... Why is Hattiesburg, Mississippi under a tornado warning? We do have a risk going into tomorrow. This is the risk for Saturday afternoon and evening. We're probably going to see this increase. And understand, any storms we have tomorrow, hail up to the size of softballs, damaging winds, maybe a tornado. Tornado risk overall is low, though. Well, except northeast Texas, I guess. Yeah, low. And then here's the risk on Sunday. Rinse and repeat. If we have storms, they're going to be throwing out softball size hail, damaging winds, maybe a tornado or two. Doesn't that sound fun? The answer is no. So let's get back to it. Let me raise this chair up again a bit. At some point, I'm just going to turn this into a rising desk and become a glorified scarecrow. All right, let's look at that camera. Please follow me. Up, up, up. There we go. I can stand up now, and my microphone doesn't stand up, but oh well. Let's get back to it. Oh boy. Ooh, yeah. Chiropractor and I are going to have a lovely time on Monday. All right, let's do this. And again, storms are moving southeast across East Texas this evening at about 35 miles an hour. They have the potential to produce localized winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour, heavy rain, and, some hail. Oh, yeah, cloud-to-ground lightning. Emory, I'd say it's not going to end soon. You have another storm building on you from the west. Apologies. If you're in Pittsburgh, Mount Pleasant, I-30, you're done. Quitman, it's still raining. Gilmer, your storm is still throwing a fit southeast of town. Though I'd say if you're in the city of Gilmer, you should be okay at this point, unless something changes. I know, it's still pouring rain. You've got lightning out the wazoo, and quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. Those of you south of the line, Longview, Tyler, Marshall, you're going to have a line of storms move in over the next 30 to 60 minutes. Over the next 30 to 60 minutes, the potential for those storms to produce damaging winds, large hail. The tornado risk is low, it's not zero. So, Lindale, yeah, this storm's moving your way. It could have hail, could have strong winds. I don't think it's making baseball-size hail anymore, but it definitely had some big hail earlier. Near Emory, we showed you a photo of 3 to 3.5 inch hail, measured. If you're on East Texas on I-20 from Canton to Shreveport, Louisiana, it's going to storm in the next hour to hour and a half. Probably next hour, honestly. All right, Ore City, you're fine. Diana, you're still technically in the tornado warning until 11 p.m. Not seeing anything that screams spinny, spinny, doom, doom near you right now. We'll go back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And you can see, there is some circulation near Diana, but it's more likely than just a lot of strong winds. But the potential certainly exists for some severe weather with damaging winds, etc. Storms moving towards Tyler, yes, they could have hail, at least the way they look right now. Gilmer, you're fine. Go to bed. Let me go to bed with you. I don't get to go to bed yet. Mineola, right now you're just in rain, but you could have some heavier storms approach from the west soon. And this activity continues to move southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Most of these storms are going to be capable of producing frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, very heavy rain, at least some gusty winds and small hail. The stronger storms could have hail larger than the size of a quarter, that's 1 inch in diameter, along with wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Unless something changes, this tornado warning should be allowed to expire in about 5 minutes. The severe thunderstorm warning holds, again, for the potential of wind damage and maybe some pocket change size hail. And again, whether it's, straight line winds or a tornado, if it knocks a tree down in your house, it's really not going to matter. So be mindful of that. These are packing a bit of a punch. In Longview, they will be in town probably by 11:15 this evening. Though I will say it looks a little less rowdy than it did earlier. It's still going to pack a punch. David does see chat, indeed. David has chat up on one of his trillions of monitors as it goes scrolly. And I thank each of you for chatting with each other and myself this evening. David also talks to himself a lot. I didn't need you to agree with that. Ugh. So you can see the cameras out here on I-20. We've got a camera near Lindale on the top. Middle camera, northeast sides of Tyler. Third camera is actually the north sides of Longview. So let's do this. Lone Oak, Yantis, Winsboro,
The National
Pittsburgh,
Weather
Hughes,
Service has issued
Springs,
a new
Linden,
severe
and Atlanta. You're
thunderstorm
done.
warning
You may go to
for
bed.
Gregg, Harrison,
Stand by.
Rusk, and Upshur County in Texas.
It's a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. Thank you, Carla, for the super chat. All right, so it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Longview. They're not going to extend the tornado warning downstream, but those of you in Longview are now under a severe stormy warning. That severe stormy warning is for the potential of golf ball size hail and localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. So let's take a gander at your stormy. And those of you in Longview, it is about to storm. So again, golf ball size hail. Localized damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. It's enough to knock down trees and power line galore. And yeah, y'all know what I'm trying to say. More caffeine. Severe storm warning for Gregg, Harrison, Rusk, and Upshur counties until 11:45. At 10:55 p.m., a severe storm near Diana, 10 miles southeast of Gilmer's, moving southeast at 40, so it's sped up a bit. Capable of golf ball size hail and localized wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. Severe warning includes places like Longview, White Oak, Gilmer, Hallsville, Tatum, Ore City, Clarksville City, East Mound, Diana, West Mound, Lakeport, Easton, Union Grove, Warren City, Judson, Rolling Meadows, Chalk Hill, and Baldy and Chiefs Bolt Spot. And again, this is going to be crossing Interstate 20 around Longview, so we'll be able to see that from the camera over here. This is actually right in the middle of Longview, on the north sides of Longview, so we'll keep an eye on that. This camera is Tyler. They're on Interstate 20. And this camera is Lindale, out here northwest of Tyler, a bit east of Van. One thing I like about the East Texas TechStock cameras, they put them up so high to get above the trees and get you good views, which also gives great views for all of us. So, let us see. Grand Saline, you're about to get stormed on. That storm does have a history of producing baseball-sized hail. At this point, we're thinking it's probably closer to maybe quarter to ping pong. It's also just not moving very much. It's moving pretty slow. Off to the southeast. So, we're going to have to watch it. But again, here you go. So the tornado warning is going to go bye-bye here in just a minute. It'll disappear off the screen, much like my hairline disappeared off my head a long time ago. The tornado warning's disappearance will be a little more quick than that. Probably a blessing for everyone. But again, Longview, it is going to be storming here pretty quick with the potential of winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour rolling southeast into town. Probably some pocket change up to golf ball size hail, along with the potential of a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning and heavy rain. There still is some mid-level rotation with this storm, so we're going to watch it carefully, and if for some reason it decides to tizzy itself back up into a tantrum, it's possible they'd have to issue a new tornado warning. But for now, the storm's rotation has weakened to the point where we don't have to deal with a tornado warning. It's not necessarily a guarantee to stay that way. So Longview, you've got a storm run down Highway 300 along with 259. That'll be rolling into town shortly with a lot of rain, some pocket change to golf ball size hail, lightning galore, and strong winds that could cause power outages and tree damage. Hawkins, I mean, it really didn't look like that much. You're getting some heavy rain, small hail, etc. Diana, you're getting hit with the heavy rain right now, maybe some hail, but tornado warning is gone, so we have no tornado warnings. The tornado warnings have gone away. If I had a music song here to say, yay, I would play it, but I don't, so let's just be happy. We have a pretty good hailer right now approaching Fruitvale and Grand Saline. You can see another hail dump right now just northwest of Grand Saline, north of Fruitvale, a bit east of Highway 19, northeast of Edgewood, south of Emory. But storms keep building back over Lake Tawakoni, which is good because we can get some water in the lake. But there may also be some pocket change size hail with that. Otherwise, those of you on I-30, you're done for the night. This activity is going to keep moving southeast. We do not expect anything in DFW. DFW, good night, sleep tight, pleasant dreams to you. I promise I will not sing any more to you. Just kidding. So again, Diana, you're probably getting some hail right now. Glenwood, East Mountain, could be hailing right now. Hopefully it's just, pocket change, like quarters. Gilmer, you're clear. This is about to move down into Longview. Bottom right camera, you could see that lightning there illuminating the sky. We'll be watching that camera on the bottom right. That's going to give us a good view of lightning, but also hail and wind. Tyler, you're going to be getting storms eventually. This stuff on Highway 80 is kind of just moving east on 80 right now, up around, Mineola west to Wills Point, Grand Saline. It's not making much south progress, but eventually it will, and then it's going to come and get you, and you're probably going to get some hail, wind, and rain, and lightning, and all that fun stuff. So we're watching the cameras next to me. Top camera is Lindale, middle camera is Tyler, bottom camera is Longview, and you can see the Longview camera, we're getting some lightning there. That's at the intersection of 63 and 281. You can see we have some wind there shaking that camera. It's one of the old 4:3 ratio tech stock cameras. That road's probably going to be pretty angry here soon with hail, lightning, wind, etc. It's after 11 p.m. Good evening. I'm Texas Weather Roundup and Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We have no tornado warnings, but we have a lot of rowdy thunderstorms out in East Texas right now, capable of producing some large hail, damaging winds, cloud-to-ground lightning, and heavy rain. We're probably going to see some street flooding. And these storms, especially this one coming into Longview, has a history of producing wind damage all the way back north of Interstate 30 near Mount Vernon. It's been knocking down trees and power lines ever since as it moves southeast. Starting to see some lightning in the cameras. Lindale and Tyler, you can see they're starting to get some shaking. Shake and bake. And then that bottom camera is going to be Longview itself, so they get struck by lightning. All right, so let's talk about this. Again, we have no tornado warnings. Ore City, you're good. We are starting to see a bit of a resurgence in this hail core moving into Longview, though. More of those purples. It's going to be moving south straight down 259 and 300 over the next 10 minutes. So Longview, get ready. You've got a hailstorm coming into town. It's going to be moving into places like Spring Hill, like now.
The National Weather Service has issued a new flash flood warning for
Rains County in Texas.
And we do note that flash flood warning's been issued back around Emory and Lake Tawakoni and Point. They've just had storm after storm keep building back on them. So again, that's a flash flood warning out there. Here in Longview, again, you're about to get pounded by Stormy. The potential for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds along with wind-driven golf ball size hail. We're going to be watching the camera on the bottom side of your screen closely as this storm moves into Longview. We'll see what we get. But again, there are no tornado warnings right now. All these storms are going to keep moving southeast roughly at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. Again, with the potential of large hail at times to the size of golf balls and very heavy rainfall. Those of you in DFW are probably seeing these storms. In fact, people 150 miles away are probably seeing the lightning from these thunderstorms. These are very tall thunderstorms with a lot of lightning, up to 60,000 feet. I haven't had a chance to check the evening flights into DFW or out of DFW. Typically, they'd be calming down going east at this point, but I'm sure because of all this weather, they are backed up a bit on the eastern's Tracon. But I bet the flights are getting one heck of a view. Oh, yeah, they're still busy. We will see. Beep, 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 beep. By the way, it is the 2026 Emergency Preparation Supply Sale Tax Holiday this weekend. So, several items you can go get tax-free if it relates to emergency preparedness supplies. There's a whole list out there. But we'll see. You can see winds are picking up in Longview. That camera on the bottom right's getting shaken. Right middle is... This is Tyler. That is Lindale. We'll see what happens, but let's pop into the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, there's strong winds with this. We're not seeing really strong winds on the radar velocity right now, but you can see it's starting to rain here in northeast Longview. Raindrops getting on that camera lens. And make no mistake, if we start seeing some interesting stuff on that, we will switch on into it and see what happens. But the hail core on radar is heading right towards where that camera is there at 281 and 63. So we will see. But again, Longview, get ready. You could have hail up to the size of golf balls with this, perhaps. Winds over 60 miles an hour. Back farther west, those of you in Hawkins to Mineola, right now it's just raining. So, I mean, there's lightning, there's some gusty winds, heavy rain, but it's, not doing as much. And then we kind of have another supercell out here near Fruitvale, north of Grand Saline. That storm is, I mean, it's trying to build southeast, but at this point it's just moving slow. It could have hail right now, maybe up to the size of ping pongs. Earlier, it had softballs near Emory. Retweeted some pictures of that. It is far weaker now, so don't you be worrying about that. But yeah, these storms, all of them, even where they look weak, they've got quite a bit of gusty north winds. Waiting to see what happens here in Longview. Thanks for reports, y'all. Hope you don't have to deal with much hail or wind damage in Longview. We're watching this camera with interest to see what's going on. A lot of rain now. Not seeing any hail yet on this TechStock camera, 281 and 63. Lufkin, S. Lewis, thanks for that super chat. Lufkin, I mean, these might make it down there overnight, but in a highly weakened state. Storms, I mean, we're not expecting like a crazy amount of intensification with storms at this point, but they may stay steady state for a while. And I mean, some of them may try to intensify a bit. I mean, we might see some new storms, but it shouldn't be, crazy. Here's the camera in Longview off 281.63. You can see pouring rain. The wind's starting to increase now. I don't see any ice chunks bouncing off the camera or the ground yet, but definitely not going to be the most pleasant experience in the city of Longview over the next little while. Pouring rain, lightning galore, some hail, some wind. Diana
Texas
is clear.
local storm
Ore
report
City
from
is
2
clear.
miles
Gilmer is
northwest of
clear.
Longview in
Glenwood
Gregg
is
County,
clear. Pritchett
Texas.
is clear.
Hail magnitude
East
measured
Mountain and Glenwood are clear.
1.00 inch. Reported by broadcast media. Additional information, quarter-size hail reported in North Longview.
Sorry, I'm looking at this little area right up here. It's not your typical area that I'd expect for rotation northwest of Nesbit. It's a little interesting. You can see those rain curtains getting pushed across the intersection there in Longview now. Watching carefully. Again, you're looking on the northeast sides of the city of Longview. A lot of lightning, heavy rain, strong winds. They're at 281 and 63. Hey, maybe we can get through this without a bunch of hail in Longview, but we did just have a report of 1-inch hail reported in North Longview. As this activity moves off to the southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Definitely appreciate everyone that's been popping in this evening. Hope you all have hit that like button and click subscribe if you'd like to get notified for more Texas weather content, live streams, and more. We'll probably be doing plenty of it over the next week. City of Longview, bottom right box. Tyler, middle box. Lindale, top right box for the cameras. Those of you north of this line of storms, yes, you're clear for the night. Yeah, y'all be safe in Longview. It's going to be rough for a bit. DFW, you're clear for the night. There could be some storms Saturday afternoon and evening. Same thing Sunday afternoon and evening. And if y'all have storms, they're probably going to be dropping some really big hail. Yeah, we're just watching here with y'all. It's 11:13 p.m. I'm Texas Weather Roundup's Body-in-Chief David Reimer. We have no tornado warnings. We do have some storms producing, at this point, I'd say pocket change size hail, some strong winds out of the north, heavy rain, and a whole lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Some of that hail may be on the big side. Again, pocket change. And this is going to keep moving southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Rick House, thanks for becoming a producer. Welcome to the family. Nasty, nasty, nasty sauce here in Longview still. Again, this is on northeast sides of Longview, 281 at 63. A lot of lightning, heavy rain, strong winds. Probably some pocket change size hail. Spooky lightning. But once this makes it through Longview, y'all will be done. I'll be able to go night-night. We'll be watching, though. This thing still has a ways to go through Longview. It is actually trying to build a bit of a new hail core just northwest of town, too. So we'll see if this ends up trying to stall out a bit and, you know, just keep on putting wave over Longview like we've had out here near Emory. Just the fan, not the AC. So, we're starting to lose some of these severe warnings. I will turn the camera over there. Where's the lid to this candle, anyway? Yeah, I'm more concerned it's going to melt through the desk and blow something up. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. So, Longview, again, we're seeing a pretty interesting hail core. And I'm pretty sure I see hailstones bouncing off this camera now. Looking at the pavement, I keep seeing little... There's something going on. Like the camera going out, that's usually a good omen. Something unpleasant has happened. Well, at least we got to witness that before it completely blew up. But, yeah, definitely not the happiest radar screen up here northeast sides of Longview right now. Y'all let us know how big that hail ends up getting. I hope it doesn't get too big. And don't go outside and play in hail while it's falling. That's just not a good idea. But, yeah, it could definitely have at least 1-inch diameter size hail, maybe a little bigger. After Longview, it's going to move southeast down 149 towards Easton, Lakeport, and eventually towards Tatum. Yeah, I think y'all's power outage there on the northeast sides of Longview just took out my tech stock camera. Oh, well, I'll go back to the 2-box layout. It's going to be Lindale and Tyler. So yeah, pretty nasty looking little hail core right now over the northeast sides of Tyler. It's going to be over 259 at 281, moving down towards 80, 281. You can see very nasty. Definitely have the potential for some hail that might be closer to the size of golf balls there right now. I hope not, but y'all let me know. Again, a lot of y'all saying quarter size hail right now. A lot of y'all getting hit with hail. I'm sorry about that. Let's go out here to east of DFW real quick. Storms are actually trying to build west a little bit. It looks like they're back to Highway 34 south of Quinlan to northeast of Terrell. And then, what the blippity-boppity-boo is this thing doing? I better not see some spooky rotation on here. I do not. But that was definitely a spooky signature west of Grand Saline. That thing clearly is starting to be a big, bad, very mad, rambunctious supercell. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, the potential for that storm in Longview to keep producing some hail as it moves southeast at about 30 miles an hour. That'll be moving southeast toward Lakeport, Easton, and Tatum. Tatum, at this point, it tries to get it there by midnight. It's trying to accelerate it a bit. In an hour, so about 12:20, it would be near Carthage. Hail enough to crack my skylight. That's not good. Yeah, y'all stay safe. We are not seeing any rotation. Well, we're seeing strong winds in northeast Longview right now. We're not seeing a rotational signature, but a lot of strong wind. So, unfortunately, it looks like y'all are probably getting micro-bursted with that hail. That should be moving southeast out of Longview soon. Mineola to Grand Saline on Highway 80. That storm's going to be moving southeast. With the potential of at least pocket change size hail. Localized winds over 50 miles an hour. I'll tell you this, we need to focus on this west storm for a minute. Those of you around Grand Saline, Fruitvale, this thing has gone back to trying to drop baseballs. This storm now approaching Grand Saline and Fruitvale could have at least baseball-size hail with it now, based on what I've seen with earlier storms. So again, could have baseball-size hail with this storm just north of Fruitvale to Grand Saline. This thing went from to really quick. So again, we could have baseball-sized hail falling on Highway 19 north of Highway 80 right now, just northwest of Fruitvale. That storm's slowly moving southeast at about 10 miles an hour. And look at that hail core right there. And yes, I do see this little hook thing. I don't think this is trying to go in a low level rotation. I think this is a little elevated above a cooler layer near the surface, but clearly we've got some very big hail. For what it's worth, north of Gilmer, back near Betty, when this storm in Longview was tornado warned, we now have reports of roofs blown off a storage building 6 miles north of Gilmer, along with trees down. So that was with the storm that's in Longview now, giving Longview hail. And then, for what it's worth, Longview storm's going kind of nuts again in the hail department. So I guess storms found their Wheaties. So again, Longview storm intensifying as it moves southeast towards Easton, Darko, Tatum, and eventually Beckville and Carthage. The hail core increasing significantly again aloft. So that may end up trying to go back from, quarters to bigger than quarters as it starts moving towards Easton and Hallsville. That is not reaching the surface yet, but aloft it is. So we'll see. Hallsville, it's about to be more than thunder, probably. You'll get some rain. Those of you in Easton, Tatum, Durgan to Lakeport, you're getting it now, but Durgan, Tatum, Easton, heads up, and Darko, this thing moving southeast down 149 is trying to intensify more with bigger hail and strong winds. Again, that's moving southeast about 35 miles an hour. Here, let me reset this. Enjoy the Windows XP background. We have no issues with tornadoes at the moment. No tornado warnings. Tornado risk this evening remains fairly low. It's not going to be zero, but oh, excuse me. Late. A little bit of a signature of modest rotation just north of Hallsville. Very weak. It's not tornado warned, anything like that. I'm just pointing it out. Hail core starting to exit Longview to the south and east, moving southeast towards Easton and Tatum. Hail and Hallsville. This storm will be moving southeast down Highway 149 towards Tatum, Beckville, Carthage over the next hour. Lindale, it's just rain for now. Watching these storms northwest of you near Grand Saline, north of Van, north of Ken. They're just lollygagging along. They're slowly moving southeast with large hail for sure. It's worth noting we actually have storms almost all the way back to Terrell now, just east of DFW, so they've actually been able to build west again a bit. Longview, you're going to be done here shortly, although we'll have to make sure another random storm doesn't try to move into town from the west, but otherwise this activity is going to keep moving southeast over the next few hours. The strongest storms will be capable of producing large hail and damaging winds. Oh, my Longview camera's back. It's your bottom right camera. So I guess that just came back. Top right is Lindale. Middle is Tyler. Bottom is Longview on the northeast side of town on 281. Oh, excuse the yawns. Good news is, once these storms are out of your neck of the woods, we should be good to go. I am Texas. Texas weather for Texans. Looks like my thing's about to yell at me for a new severe thunderstorm warning, so we'll see in 5, 4, 3.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Rains and Van Zandt County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a new severe storm warning. It's going to be out here. Let me switch over to the Fort Worth radar. This is going to include the city of Canton for what it's worth. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for the storm near pretty much south sides of Lake Tawakoni to Flats, along with the storm from Grand Saline to Edgewood. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning that does include Interstate 20 from Canton to Van. Eventually, these storms will make it down there. The potential for the strongest storms to produce golf ball-size hail, damaging winds of 60 miles an hour. Otherwise, we also have this activity from Longview. Exiting Longview to the southeast, so Longview, you're just about done. You'll have some rain continue, though, for a while. It's going to be moving southeast towards Easton. So let me put a storm track on this for y'all. And that's not right. So Easton, I'd say probably by 11:35. Tatum, about 11:45. Probably Beckville to Carthage. We're probably looking at midnight to 12:30. If this storm continues, it's going to keep producing hail, quarter size mostly. Localized winds of 60 miles per hour. We have no tornado warnings at this time, though the tornado risk is not completely zero. It is very low. Van, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. You're going to have a severe storm moving into Van, probably in the next 30 minutes or so. The potential for storms to produce large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and lightning. Lindale, you've still got to watch storms to your northwest, but you've got some strong storms in your vicinity with small hail, heavy rain, and copious amounts of cloud-to-ground lightning.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Smith and Wood County in Texas.
All right, new severe thunderstorm warning for Mineola, Lindale, Golden, the potential for hail with these storms near Grand Saline moving southeast. The potential for some wind over 60 miles an hour, maybe hail up to the size of ping pong balls. That'll be moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. If storms are to your southeast, if storms are to your south or southeast, you are clear. You're done. Gilmer is done. Appreciate everyone popping on in this evening with your reports. We have no issues with tornadoes at this time. The strongest storms we're dealing with at the moment are producing hail up to the size of ping pong balls and localized damaging winds of 60 miles an hour. A lot of heavy rain and cloud-to-ground lightning. We have no issues with tornadoes at this time. So what we're going to do, if you're watching us on Facebook right now, our policy is to typically stream on Facebook when we have tornado warnings. Since we don't, we're going to go ahead and get the Facebook feed turned off before Facebook gets mad at us. But you can keep watching our live coverage over on YouTube. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. And you can also watch on our website and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So if you're on Facebook, find us over on YouTube, our website, or mobile app. And thanks for popping on in. We'll continue our live severe weather coverage on YouTube in just a moment. And we'll go ahead and continue our live severe weather coverage now. Good evening. I'm Texas Weather Roundup's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 11:33 p.m. here on the 24th of April, 2026, getting close to April 25th. And we are monitoring scattered severe thunderstorms capable of producing pocket change size hail and localized damaging wind gusts of 60 miles an hour, along with very heavy rain. This activity is generally moving off to the east-southeast at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Longview just got clobbered, but the risk of severe weather is pretty much over for Longview now. That storm is continuing to move down towards Easton, where it's rolling in now with heavy rain, pocket change size hail, strong winds, and is approaching Tatum and Darko. After that, the storm will be moving into the city of Carthage by probably midnight, honestly, the way it's going. Might be a little later, but it continues producing hail. Otherwise, we do have storms back on Highway 80 now, from just northeast of Terrell to near Elmo, Wills Point, to Fruitvale, Grand Saline to Mineola. Those storms, they had a pretty good punch about 15 minutes ago, but right now they seem to be a little less rambunctious as they move off to the east-southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Pocket change size hail, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning will continue along with strong winds. That activity is moving off to the southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour with pocket change size hail up to about golf ball size hail. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on this, but again, hopefully we're done with issues with spinny doom dooms tonight. I'm not going to say the risk is completely over, but the risk is very low. So let's go ahead and pop on over to the high-res rapid refresh model, and remember, we are doing Texans for Texas work here. That's why we only cover Texas, and that's why we're here this evening. So let's pop on, take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Clear everything off here, and we're going to load the data. And this will just give you an estimate on what we expect to be dealing with overnight into the morning hours. So let's load this from about 1 a.m. through 7 a.m. And again, you can see this model data does suggest we could be dealing with some storms through early Saturday morning out here in East Texas before activity calms down. So this is a good time to remind folks you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. And for what it's worth, I will take a peek at tomorrow very quickly. I'm just going to load 6 p.m. tomorrow, 7 p.m. tomorrow. And yes, for what it's worth, at 7 p.m. tomorrow, the high-res rapid refresh model suggests we're going to be a bit busy with the potential for isolated but intense severe thunderstorms from DFW all the way down to where I am in Fredericksburg. So I guess, yes, we're dealing with more storms tomorrow. And we'll see what happens on Sunday. But for now, we have storms to deal with across portions of East Texas. These storms do continue to push east-southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour with a risk of pocket change size hail, heavy rain, and cloud-to-ground lightning. Strong wind gusts are possible as well. At this point, we've transitioned from trying to drop softball-size hail and, 80-mile-an-hour winds and tornadoes to more, some of these stronger storms could have quarter-size hail, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, and strong wind gusts. And this threat is probably going to continue for a few hours past midnight as this activity tries to make its way a little farther south into East Texas, and isolated storms very well may. I still think DFW is fine for the night, though I will admit stormies did try to build a little farther west into Kaufman County, so those of you in DFW are probably getting a good view. We're not dealing with any tornado issues right now, and hopefully not for the rest of the night. Knock on wood. We are dealing with thunderstorms capable of hail, strong winds, heavy rain. But I'm hoping we've begun to turn a corner here. And perhaps, just perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, we can start to calm things down. But again, the overall forecast going over the next few hours is this activity across the Interstate 20 corridor will continue moving southeast with the potential of a few of these storms to bring pocket change size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, and the potential of a copious amount, or a high amount, of cloud-to-ground lightning. It's raining and pouring right now, just northwest of Wills Point to Grand Saline and Mineola on Highway 80. Winona, you've got some thunderstorms right now with heavy rain. Longview, you're clear. Hallsville, you're clear. Marshall, it is about to storm in Marshall right now. That storm has the potential of some gusty winds, heavy rain. Not seeing much hail with that right now, thankfully. And then we're watching the storm approaching Tatum. This storm approaching Tatum does have the potential of pocket change size hail, maybe the size of a quarter, $50. Winds of 60 miles an hour, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour, meaning those of you in Tatum, it's rolling into town now. Beckville, probably by midnight. Carthage, we'll say 12:15 to 12:30 a.m. After that, Tenaha, probably by 1 a.m. if the storm continues. And again, some of these storms will continue probably through 3 a.m. So, south of Interstate 20, you may end up with it. Tyler, at this point, you are not getting rain. You are likely going to get some rain, as this activity back on Highway 80 continues to propagate off to the southeast. But again, welcome to the late spring. It's not even late spring. It just feels like it because we felt like summer for so long, where things can last long into the nights. But again, hopefully we're calming down. Storm over Winona to Owentown is starting to perk its happy self up a little bit. Could have some hail. I think we're almost to the point where we can start to settle down. Get ready to transition over to our 24/7 live stream. Something tells me we're going to be doing this again tomorrow. Back on I-35. But let's go ahead and take a look. Stand by. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the Tatum storm.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Gregg, Harrison, Panola, and Rusk County in Texas.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for places like Beckville, Tatum, Carthage, Clayton. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter, along with 60-mile-an-hour winds, moving southeast down Highway 149. This warning includes Carthage, Tatum, Beckville, Easton, Fairplay, Darko, Stewart, and Chalk Hill. So again, baseline severe warning. It's a strong storm. It's got strong winds. Maybe some quarter-size hail. It's packing a bit of a punch. Marshall to Jefferson, it's just rain. A lot of lightning, though. I'll give it that. That thing's got a lot of lightning around Jefferson. But this is just rain up here. Maybe a little small hail. Winona to Lindale, Mineola to Grand Saline. This activity keeps trying to move southeast. And then we've got a lot of lightning with it as well. There's going to be a bit of a flood risk as well. All this rain just keeps moving over the same areas. It's going to keep moving southeast. So let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Clear everything off. We'll pop on the model data. And again, we'll take this from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. And in all likelihood, you can see it tries to clear things out once storms get a little south of 84. Another new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll see when that interrupts me, but again,
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Kaufman and Van Zandt County in Texas.
We'll have to see. You can see storms generally could continue through 3 to 4 a.m. as they slowly move south towards Highway 84. So places like Tyler, yeah, you're probably going to be dealing with some storms going into the next several hours. Same thing goes Van and Canton. But the overall tornado risk is very low. It's not zero, but it is very low, lower than earlier. These strongest storms could continue producing large hail and localized damaging wind gusts. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start to get ready here to move everyone over to our 24/7 live stream, which has the same warning data, same warning scroll. And if we have any big time issues, we'll be back. But I think we're at a good point now where hopefully we're done dealing with very angry, spinny doom dooms. And we can start to calm things down a bit. But then again, you know what? Let's just do this. We'll stay here for a while. Ain't no big bad, very mad problem about that. So we'll just go ahead and stay around for a while, even if I have the less hyper voice. Let's just keep an eye on things. Here's the latest radar from the Fort Worth site. Wills Point to Grand Saline to Lindale. This activity moving off to the southeast at about 20 miles an hour. And again, these western storms are kind of in a higher instability reservoir, which is why they may look a little more rambunctious at this point. I do see that little hook appendage south of Grand Saline. I don't believe that's a tornadic signature, but I do believe we are going to be dealing with some strong winds, heavy rain, and quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. So, as that continues to move off to the southeast, we encourage folks to get their vehicles under shelter. We are expecting thunderstorm activity in places like Canton, Van, and the city of Tyler over the next couple of hours. My throat's a little sore now, so I've kind of transitioned into more of a radio voice. Talking this way allows me to use a little less vocal cord power, and, well, maybe I sound cool. Maybe I don't. But it is what it is. You can see that storm over Winona, Interstate 20 at the Highway 271 split off southwest of Gladwater, whatever you want it to be, near Owentown, looking a little rowdy in the hail department. A new severe thunderstorm warning may be issued for that storm northeast of Tyler shortly. You can see on the camera near Lindale. I pop back to the 2-box. Raindrops are falling on my head. Meanwhile, the lightning is trying to get me. The Tyler camera on the bottom right.
Texas local storm report from 2 miles west of Fruitvale in Van Zandt County, Texas.
I will
Hail
be drinking quite a
magnitude
bit of
measured
water when this is over.
1.00 inch.
I am
Reported by
channeling
amateur
Bob Ross.
radio.
I could probably suck on a, I do have a throat lozenge bag over here, but yeah, imagine if I did all my coverage like this, right? Patty, thank you very much for that generous super chat and for staying up late. I did sing again, didn't I? The tornado risk is very, very low. Starting to see a bit of a lightning show. Let's pop on over and see if we can't see a little lightning. Hee hee hee. I'm going to try to switch our cameras around here. Maybe get a little better shot of East Tyler. Give me just a second. Bottom camera, that's going to be Winona. We're looking at a live feed of Interstate 20 at Winona. They were at the truck stops. You can see it is absolutely pouring rain. Meanwhile, back on Interstate 20 near Lindale, this thing's been lighting up like a Christmas tree over the last couple of minutes. I'm sure now that I've pulled it up, it will not. But you know what? We'll just go back to the 3-box. And what's nice about this little microphone I have, I can just turn the gain up. And even though I'm using a very quiet voice, y'all can still hear me well, I hope. Which works for me. I mean, I have no issues talking like this. We'll go Bob Ross style. Oh, the cameras you're watching in order. Lindale, top. Tyler, middle. Winona, bottom. And who says I couldn't do a little voice acting? Thank you, everyone, for staying up late with us. I'm Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, emulating your late-night Bob Ross. I may not be painting with a paintbrush, but it still looks like I'm painting with the radar. Actually, pointing the microphone the way I am right now is exactly how this Black Yeti mic is supposed to be operated in the mode it's on. For this specific model, at least. Which is why y'all can still hear me quite well, and my sound meter is so cute and happy. Soft jazz. You know, I could play some soft jazz, actually. We're not on Facebook anymore, are we? Where's the soft jazz music? There you go. Some nice, relaxing music for you. I've got a license to play this on Facebook, or not Facebook, YouTube, and all that, but Facebook not so much, which is why we'll play a little bit of music. Music time is now over. The hail core with the thunderstorm just east of Owentown, northeast of Tyler, is ramping up. Big bad, very mad. You can see it perking up pretty quickly here northeast of the city of Tyler. It's going to be moving southeast towards Overton, New London, and eventually Arp, Selman City, Troop. I would expect a severe thunderstorm warning will be needed for this thunderstorm in a short period of time, in which case my normal voice will return in the form of a weather warning. Longview, you're clear. This thunderstorm that brought hail and strong winds to Longview is now moving southeast down Highway 149 through Tatum, moving towards Beckville in the city of Carthage. Ooh, Christopher, that's a good idea. No worries tonight, friends. There shouldn't be any spinny doom-dooms to rip up our friendly little tree. It's our special secret, and no spinny doom-dooms. We'll get it. Interesting, isn't it? I really do feel for the people who have joined and are wondering what in the world is going on. I'm conserving my voice, so we've kind of gone to a little monotone where I'm able to talk like this and barely use any voice power. Look at all the pretty little lightning on the cameras. Your top camera is going to be Lindale. Your bottom camera is Tyler. And your... middle camera is Tyler. Your bottom camera is Winona. Sheila and Tom, thank you very much for your very generous super chat. I don't believe I'm allowed to play Skillet on YouTube. I'm sorry. I don't have enough money to license that. Let's go ahead and put the loop back on, watch some lightning, and see what's going on. So here's the radar. Guess what? It's storming. Mama Nature's snoring. Throat lozenge time. It's always nice when the little camera thing follows my head. What's concerning to me is I've had a candle on my desk burning now for 15 hours. I'm going to need a new candle. So again, good evening to all of those cool cats joining us here at nearly midnight here into Saturday. I'm your Baldian Jazz Chief, David Reimer, and yeah, kind of gone insane here. We are watching some rowdy stormies out here in the East Texas region, with a risk of large hail, localized damaging winds, and heavy rain. Well, Carla, thank you very much for the generous gift of 5 community-level memberships, and congratulations to everyone who's now a member. Welcome to the Shazam. Danny Boy, thank you very much for that generous super chat. Appreciate it. Well, the candle was necessary because I kind of had some Taco Bell yesterday. Yeah, let's go on into Wascom. Good old Wascom. It's raining. It's pouring, and yeah, I bet you wish you were snoring. No severe weather in the sense of damaging winds, hail, at least big hail or tornadoes. Just some good old rain in Wascom. I realize that's abnormal. We're usually talking about a tornado with y'all, since usually by the time that activity gets into that area, it's trying to spin up and move into Louisiana and become a spinny doom. So, back to the west we go. Some activity starting to build into the city of Tyler. Again, it's just right now some rain and lightning, but gusty winds, and we'll see if we get any hail cores. You can see we are trying to see a little bit of updraft intensification occur out here. Well, I can do the jazz voice more often. You know, I suspect I'm going to be doing some coverage here tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe that's Wascom.
Tyler, the weather is supposed to be rather rowdy, yes. Some of these storms, as they develop and move into Tyler from the northwest, will have the potential to produce pocket change size hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and cloud-to-ground lightning. Welcome to Baldy in Chief, Gone Jazz. It's really because my throat's sore, and talking like this allows me to rest it a bit. But it is relaxing, isn't it? Plus, it's always fun when I can make a rhyme. After all, my name's David Reimer. Oh my. My producer, aka meteorologist Jason Cooley, is probably going to get sent clips of this tomorrow morning. Well, look at that, a new warning. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for my normal voice, for it will come across and tell you of the new warning in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Gregg, Rusk, and Smith County in Texas.
The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Gregg, northwestern Rusk, and eastern Smith counties until 1 a.m. At midnight, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles west of Liberty City, 11 miles southeast of Gladwater, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. This thunderstorm is capable of half-dollar size hail and winds to 60. New Chapel Hill, Liberty City, Kilgore, Overton, you're included in this warning, and it'll be moving southeast towards Henderson by 1 a.m. Chuck's Garage, thank you very much for your extremely generous gift of 10 memberships here. And congratulations to everyone who is now a community member. Thanks to Chuck. A big thank you to Chuck in the chat. Yeah, it's not really meant to be romantic. I'm kind of skirting the lines between just jazz relaxing, Bob Ross, and romantic, but it is what it is. Gladewater, thank you. San Antonio, well, the good news for San Antonio is the overall risk of actually getting a storm on Saturday is very low, under probably 10%. But if you get a storm, just like anyone else on I-35 Saturday afternoon, evening, it's probably going to have softball-size hail. Thanks for popping on in, Bob. It's good to see you on the channel. I'll chat with you a bit later on today. Good luck to you if you end up heading out. It is ASMR-like. So, here's the latest radar. At 3 in the morning, a cluster of slow-moving thunderstorms capable of producing pocket change size hail and 40 to 65 mile an hour wind gust, along with heavy rain and lightning, extend from Elmo and McCoy to Wills Point and Edgewood, Grand Saline to Van, Lindale, Liberty City to New Chapel Hill, all the way east towards Beckville, Tatum. This activity is moving to the southeast at 25 miles an hour. And again, the most intense of these storms are capable of producing severe weather. An intensifying thunderstorm over the northwestern sections of Smith County may bring an increasing risk of heavy rain and pocket change size hail to the city of Tyler over the next 15 to 20 minutes. I am located in the city of Fredericksburg, yes, down in Gillespie County. Moved here in October of last year after living in the Oklahoma City and Norman area for about 12 years. Before that, I lived in the DFW area for a good 15. So I am, once again, a Texan after a brief interlude into the land of Okies. Yeah, these storms definitely are just sitting on Highway 80. Honestly, we probably need to take a look at the rain totals out here at some point. I'm going to do that real quick. Let me see if I can't get some rain data. I'm not going to change the upper third, but I will put a key or something on here to at least give an idea of what we're looking at. I just want to see, truthfully, you can see near Emory earlier, probably 5 inches of rain near Lake Tawakoni, Emory, a couple inches around Mineola. The rest of these areas haven't seen too much rain, at least based on this updated product, but again, quite a bit of rain out there. Yeah, folks, I know these storms are loud and proud. Make no mistake, that's a side effect of it being late April. They're very tall in the atmosphere, and with that, they're able to gain a lot of energy. But guess what? There are no tornado warnings. While some of these storms do have pocket change size hail and strong winds, I don't think we're doing crazy nonsense right now. Nevertheless, lightning is frightening. And as someone who grew up with severe storm anxiety, I get it. I still have storm anxiety. And that's after chasing storms for 15 years and doing all this. Oh, I see the Nightbot as being a troll. One thing we are going to have to watch for going into Saturday afternoon, evening. Doing a little meteorological mumbo jumbo here, and I'll show you. See how that green line is moving southwest? That's an outflow boundary generated by these thunderstorms, an area of rain-cooled air. As that continues moving southwest, I expect somewhere later today it's going to set up. It might become a point we're going to have to watch for thunderstorm development again. We will deal with the risk of isolated to very widely scattered severe thunderstorms along I-35 this afternoon and evening, Saturday afternoon and evening. So, most folks will not get a storm Saturday afternoon and evening. Storm coverage will be very isolated thanks to that strong cap. It might even prevent storm development entirely, but any storm that gets going could have huge hail, like softball. These storms are moving southeast. You can see Tyler, it's about to get rowdy. Again, there are no tornadoes. Some of these storms do have the potential of pocket change size hail. Wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, which, yes, could cause some power outages. And minor tree damage. Heavy rain and lightning. Worry not. The voice is not dead. In fact, I can talk normally if it makes anyone happy. But, well, at this time of night, why not? I can go deep. My-he, my-ho. Not as deep as I'd like to go with the voice, but it is what it is. So, back to the relaxing voice. Plus the throat lozenge I have. Again, we're just here mostly at this point to kill some time. Oh, I can do a pilot announcement if you'd like. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome aboard Baldy-in-Chief Airlines Flight 425 with service to the Texas Weather Roundup. We'll be cruising at an altitude of 34,000 feet with a flight time of 3 hours and 58 minutes. Thanks for choosing Baldy-in-Chief Airlines, and we hope you enjoy your flight. Yeah, I've kind of just gone insane. Good morning, I'm doing well, and how is everyone doing this morning? Y'all in East Texas doing okay with these storms? I know they're loud and they're proud, but again, it's going to be a okie dokie here. We do have storms finally rolling into the city of Tyler. Cloud to ground lightning, a lot of cloud to ground lightning, some small hail. Heavy rain and gusty winds. And again, we have no tornado issues. Storms are generally a lot more behaved than they were earlier. Some pocket change size hail, heavy rain, but it's going to be okay. And you know, now that I realize so many people seem to enjoy me going into jazz voice mode, maybe I'll start doing that towards the end of my streams from now on. Maybe I'll host a special members-only stream every couple of weeks where I just talk like this. Oh, I'm all good. I'm actually just looking around at all the data here. I've got... I can't believe how many monitors I have. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Some of the stronger storms this morning are going to be producing hail, generally pocket change size hail. So we're not looking at this point at baseballs or hurricane force winds or tornadoes, but a lot of lightning, heavy rain, etc. And if it makes you feel better, I really don't think you're going to have to deal with storms after this for at least a few days. Storm chances should start to shift back west. Well, you know, I say that, but I'm looking at some data now that suggests maybe we are going to have some storms in northeast Texas again later on. By later on, I mean like Saturday night, Sunday morning. I'm just having a chance to look at that now. Let's see what the Storm Prediction Center does. Whenever we end this live stream, the stream you'll get forwarded to is our 24/7 stream. It has the severe weather outlooks displayed, and it goes through those pretty frequently. So you'll be able to see that when that new outlook comes out at 1 a.m. A lot of lightning showing up. Box 1, that's going to be your Lindale camera. Box 2, it's your Tyler camera. And your bottom box is your Winona camera. No, forget what I said about not having storms again out here for a few days. Real quick, I'll clear everything off here and I'll show you what the HER shows tomorrow night. But again, this is only a model, and it's going to change a lot between now and tomorrow evening. But no, I'm afraid we might be out here again tomorrow night. I'll go ahead and show you from 7 a.m. today through 7 a.m. Saturday. And this is just going to go through. And again, this is just one possibility. It's not necessarily the best. So it goes without saying, if this were to verify, you'd be seeing a lot of me again tomorrow evening across North Texas and Northeast Texas. Now, because we have storms this morning, a lot will probably change. We'll have to see where the ingredients set up. But clearly the potential for severe storms will return to portions of North Texas and Northeast Texas Saturday afternoon into Saturday night, and even early Sunday morning. As for now, though, there's a statewide look at the radar. I'll even pop on some satellite data for you. And you can see the only thunderstorms we have are currently in Northeast and East Texas. So, ladies and gentlemen, coming up to 12:15 here on Saturday, I do think hopefully we are done with the spinny doom threat. So what we're going to do is, since it looks like we're going to have another very active night in Northeast Texas, we're going to get everybody off to the 24/7 live stream. Radar, jazz music, warnings, the audible warnings, severe weather outlooks, and cameras. And then, if we have any significant issues, I can cut right in on that stream. But I want to thank everyone for popping on in. I do think we're going to be doing more severe weather coverage again Saturday evening into Saturday night. And I hope you decide to join us for that. I hope we've found a lot of new friends tonight. I hope we've been able to help keep you through the storms and understand this is what we're here for. This is what the Texas Weather Roundup and the Texas Storm Chasers are here for. To help bring Texans for Texas helpful weather information. So thank you for tuning in this evening. We'll get you over to that 24/7 stream now. Thanks for popping on in, and God bless.